in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day. I get.
So this app would be targeting for very beginners to bit advanced learners. At the beginning, we'll learn how to draw text like this or view like this, and then we'll learn a bit of complex UI like this, and eventually we'll cover more complex UI like this. And as you see over here, this layout is a bit complex and actually very complex for beginners, so we'll cover it step by step. And at the end, we'll also see how to show different data on different cards. As you can see, the cards are different and the data is different, so we are reading them dynamically. The same thing we'll do over here, and we'll cover how to scroll left and right and up and down. And after that, you'll see and come over here. Now we do have a ticket over here as well, so that would also help us to know how to reuse your widget, okay? Because not only you draw it over here like complex widget, but we'll also build complex reusable widgets so that you don't need to write code again and again. So you just write code once and draw them, so it would save you time when you work on a complex project. And eventually we'll also cover beautiful stack widget like this, how to draw them and overlap items onto each other. So make sure that you watch it to the end. So to do that, I'll create a new one. So here I'll create a new project. I'll click on this, and here we'll just simply call it book tickets. Okay, and we'll just go ahead with Android and iOS, not Linux. Okay, all right, and we'll click on finish. Okay, now one thing we could do right now, actually change this organization name. It doesn't have to be like this, it could be any unique name. Okay, so here in my case I would do the best tag, so you can have a unique name over here. Okay, and we'll click over here finish. Okay, so it will start a new project for us. So let's wait for it. So here is our default app over here. Okay, and for Android Studio it might not start right from the project, so we'll select this. Okay, all right, now we see our project name over here. So this was our project name, right? Okay, and this is the folder structure. Now since it's a beginning course for beginners, or a tutorial for beginners, I'll go through the project structure very quickly. Okay, all right, so here is our Android folder, iOS folder, lib folder. Okay, and another important file is pubspec.yml. Okay, this one. Now our code lies inside this lib folder, and the starter point is main.dart. Okay, all right. Now this whole code has been auto-generated, all right, by Flutter itself. Now since this is a very beginner's course, so I'm going to start ahead with this and we'll see what it looks like. Okay, all right, so it's starting over here. And if you're following this one with VS Code, this idea is same. All right, anyway, now let's wait for it to be started. And it's still over here, it says that running Xcode build. Okay, and by this time I'll introduce you more about the folders. Now because Flutter in general produces app for your platforms like iOS and Android, Windows, Linux, and Mac, but we just choose iOS and Android, so that's why we see this two folders over here, and they contain information about iOS project and Android projects. Okay, well, now it's summer in China and you can hear the noise of crickets like those small insects, so it could be a little annoying though, so forgive that one. Okay, anyway, so a lot of Android settings has to be over here inside this build Gradle, and also inside this app build Gradle. And if we need that, we'll do it later. And for iOS, a lot of the settings happens inside over here. Okay, all right. Okay, anyway, so now we see this is our main.dart, and let's go ahead and check it. So this is the default project we have. So what I'll do, I will go ahead and restart it like this. So the text was here, it's gone. Okay, now I'll minimize it over here. Okay, all right. So this is, since beginner's project, I'll take it very slowly. All right. So yes, one thing though, if you don't know how to install Android in Mac or Windows, I have a tutorial for that. Go out and check it. Okay, check it from the link below. All right, so in general, so this is the entry point for Flutter app. Okay, there's the main function, which is more like Java, but here in this case, this is pure Dart code. Okay, and then we have one class. The class name is myApp, and we are calling myApp from run app over here. Okay, all right, and we created a stateless class. You can understand a class that is stateless doesn't do much interaction and doesn't do update on the UI. Okay, and then we have this homepage, my homepage, which is a stateful class. So you understand stateful class as that does interaction. Okay, all right, and this is more about the stateful class over here. An extension of my homepage is this one. Okay, so what's happening here? So my app is being called inside this main function inside run app. Now my app is over here, right? This is a class, a stateless class. Now, a lot of it has this comment, so we can remove the comment. Okay, so it will look much easier. So inside each stateful or stateless class will have a build method. Okay, so that's what we have. And build method returns a widget. Widget means like a component. You can understand like this. Widget means more like component. Okay, widget is also more like a class. But anyway, in pretty much every Flutter app, you should have at least one material app. Okay, so that's what we have over here. So we have a material app over here. Okay, now my app is a stateless class. It doesn't do a lot. Okay, but anyway, inside this material app, we have my homepage, which is a stateful class. So inside this material app, we are calling another class. So that's how the calling works. So main calls run app, and run app calls my app, and my app calls my homepage. Okay, and inside this my homepage over here, actually we are calling my homepage state because this is a stateful class. So my homepage is a stateful class. Now it is a class, but it has a dedicated action or part, actually dedicated part where it deals with states. Now here once again, state means that you are doing some changes in the app and you can see the changes immediately. That makes a class stateful. Okay, or we say a class has state. Now we'll remove this one so that we look concise. Okay, anyway, and we'll also remove this one. So in this basic app over here, this basic stateful class, all it does is button interaction. Okay, so that's what we see over here. So there is a button over here. If I click on this, now it increases to 1 and 2, 3. Okay, like that. Yeah, that's how it works. So this is a stateful class. Now this is changing because based on a variable. So we have this variable. So our variable is counter, underscore counter. In Flutter, underscore means private variable. Okay, but since this variable has state, it means the variable can change and we can see the value, the change immediately. So it's a stateful variable. Okay, all right, you can understand it like this. And it is stateful more because it's inside this setState method. Okay, all right, variable itself doesn't do much. I mean, regarding the changes on the UI, you have to put that variable inside a method that's called setState. So on Flutter UI, you'll in general Whenever you want a variable to be changed and reflect on the UI immediately, you want to set that variable inside a stateful setState method. Okay, so here we are increasing the value counter on the button click. Okay, so the value, because it changes and we want it to reflect immediately, so we'll wrap it around setState method. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Now this is a method that is calling setState inside of this. Now this method actually gets called on the button click. So the button click is actually over here, as you can see, on pressed. So I'm pressing a button and I'm calling a method. So you just pass the method name. All right, so this is the basic introduction of Flutter basic default app that ships out from Flutter itself. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll go ahead and delete this. Okay, we don't need this. Okay, we can leave this part because if we delete them, we have to create again. So it could be here. All right. Now, of course, it's saying there is an error because it can't find. Okay, so it can't find my page. Okay, so we need to create one. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and create a new class, and everything we'll do inside this lib folder. Okay, all right. So in Flutter app, your code should be inside this lib folder. Okay, now we want to be organized, so that's why we'll first create a new folder inside it. Okay, and we'll call it screens. Okay, all right. Now inside this, we'll create a new file and we'll call it bottom.dart. Okay, just like this. Okay, because we'll create a bottom over here, just like this. We had our app, okay, this one, right? So we'll have BottomBar. Okay, so we are going to create a new class. Okay, I would say just BottomBar. Okay, that makes more sense because this is every classes are type of Dart in Flutter, so you have to end it with .dart. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. So I'll hit enter, so it will create a class inside this screens folder. Okay, all right. Now over here we need to change this name, right? Okay, but this is just a file. It doesn't have anything inside it. It's empty. So first we'll go ahead and create a new class, but in this case we are going to create a stateful class. Okay, so to create a new class, stateful or stateless, in Android Studio you do st. Okay, then once you do st, you'll see the options. So we'll check stateful. Okay, this one. Now here you write your class name. Okay, now here do BottomBar. Okay, all right. So you see there are changes over here immediately. Okay, all right. So I'm going to close this over here, hide it. And we need to import some of the dependencies. Dependencies means this class depend on some other files. So we need to import them, and you can do that just hovering over on them like this. Okay, click on this, you'll be able to import them, and the error is gone. Okay, all right. Now this is a class and stateful class, just like this class which was here. So we can remove this. Okay, now we'll remove all of it here, and here we'll call BottomBar. Okay. Now you will have option over here. So the last one is the one that we created. Okay, so if you hover over on this or use your keyword arrow, you can see. So it's you'd see the option where it says that it's book tickets screens folder, right? Anyway, we'll select this, so it would be imported at the top as well. You see. Okay, book tickets screens. So this is our project name. Okay, book tickets, the screens, and the file name over here. Okay, all right. So now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and run our app and make sure that everything is working correctly. Okay, so because I'm on Android Studio, so I could just well, let me open it. Okay, now anyway, so if you do Command S or Control S, it would be like this, but the app became black. Okay, now the reason is because we are inside this class. Now this class has a container, but container itself doesn't have anything, so that's why it's black. Okay, now if you do want, you can go ahead and set up a lot of other things, but this time we'll skip that. Okay, so to make your screen colorful, you in general start with another widget which is called Scaffold. Okay, all right, so here we do Scaffold. Okay, all right, now inside this Scaffold has some properties. Two great properties are AppBar. Okay, so here that's what we do, AppBar. So AppBar takes another widget that is called AppBar, and inside this we can set title for this. So that's what we do. Okay, so here we'll have a title, and title is wrapped around for title, as you see, if you hover over on this, it takes a widget. Okay, if you go through it, you will see that it takes a widget that has text. Okay, so here we will put text, and text is also a widget, and which takes string data. Okay, or which takes data as a string. Okay, now what is string? String is basically what you can type or write on a computer. Okay, so that's called string. Okay, so it would say my tickets, just for fun. Okay, now we'll save it, and as you see, it changed immediately. Okay, now what's happening here? We are calling, so we have this main function which is entry point of our app, and then we have this my app, which is this class we are calling it, and inside this we have MaterialApp. So every Flutter app should have at least one MaterialApp. Okay, and from MaterialApp inside some properties like title and theme, we'll talk about that later, and another property is home. So home is more like the entry screen, I mean the first screen you'll see on your app, so you can understand it like this. So in our case, the first screen we want to see is called BottomBar, okay, which is this one. Right, now inside this we created a stateful class. BottomBar is a stateful class because it is stateful widget. Now previously we had containers, so I'll cut this and I'll put container back. Okay, all right, so if you save it, you will see it becomes black. So you could do Control S. Okay, all right, so Control S would save it and restart it immediately. Okay, but we'll go back and stick with Scaffold. Okay, now Scaffold gives you more like a skeleton. Okay, once you use a Scaffold, the colors shows up, so default colors for your screen, so that is blue and little dark gray, little gray over here. Okay, all right, so that's what we have for now, but soon we would get rid of this app thing because we don't need this. Now we'll go ahead and take a look at another property which is called body. Okay, now AppBar put things at the top as a bar for our app, and you can put text or even icons. Okay, but now here we're going to put something for this body property, body section, so you understand it would be here, somewhere here, right? So first I would do a text widget again, so text widget for showing text, and I would say my body. Okay, now let's see. So here we see it at the top, it's in the body section, but we can wrap it around something to put it inside the center. Now I'm on Android Studio, so I'll hit Command Enter, and here you will see some options. So I'll use the mouse keyboard arrow up and down to go up and down. I'll select center and put it like this. Okay, now it would put this text in the center of this body section. So in Flutter, if you have kind of widget, like text is a widget, you'd put the widget in the center wrapping that widget by center widget. So idea is, if you have any kind of widget that shows something and you wrap that widget using center widget, it will put that wrapped one inside the center of the parent. Okay, so the body is the parent, and because we have center inside body, it will put the children in the center. So that's the idea. Okay, all right. So that's one property. Okay, now we have another property which is called a bottom property. Okay, now bottom property shows the icons of bottom at the bottom, just like we had this one earlier. We saw it, right? So we want to do these things right now. Don't worry, we'll be doing this one step by step. So we have to start from here actually. Okay, all right. So anyway, now we'll come over here. So another property is called a bottom navigation bar. All right. Now, why they call it navigation? The reason is because you want to switch between tabs. So what do we want? We want to navigate. So this is called navigation. Okay. So we want to click on the button on the tab and go to different places. So that's what we want to do. Now, to be able to do that, first we are going to have to use this bottom navigation bar, and it takes a widget or a class or a constructor that's called bottom navigation. Okay, so that's what we'll use, bottom navigation bar. Okay, all right. Now, if you see it, it will say that required argument. So we have to add that. We'll click on this. Okay. Now it takes items property. Item takes list of children. Okay. So inside this, we need to put some children. Okay. So what are the children? The children that we want to put here. But now, speaking of Flutter navigation bar item, it has some special children, not anyone that you want to use. So they start with bottom navigation bar. If you hover over on this, you'll see that there is an option. We'll see. Okay, so if you hover over on this, you will see that it takes a list of items, and the items are called bottom navigation bar items. So that's what we want to do, bottom navigation bar item. Okay, all right. So definitely we'll write here bottom navigation bar item. Okay, bottom navigation bar item, this one. Okay, all right. So you can choose any of them, it doesn't matter. Okay, now here it wants icon. All right, so we are going to have to put icon, and for this one we have to use icon constructor, and we'll choose any of them. Actually, it works. And then inside we have to pass something that's called icons.home. Okay, because first time we are going to use our icon as home, like this one. Okay, so what happens here, items takes a list of bottom navigation bar items, and bottom navigation bar item itself takes an icon. Now that icon has to be like this. Okay, so you have to use icon constructor or widget and pass the icon you want. Okay, so that's how it should work. Okay, all right, so that's the first one. Okay, all right, so now we can go ahead and copy them. Say, for example, we want 4 of them, so we'll copy it 4 times. Okay, all right. Okay, now before we go ahead and run it, let's add a const modifier, and this kind of wiggly yellow line should be gone. Okay, all right. Now we'll go ahead and save it and run our app. Now our app is over here. Okay, now you see there is an error. Now error is because we made changes in our app. And we can also take a look at the app down there. Okay, let's see. So it's saying that if you hover over, come over here, try to find the error and analyze them. And you have to do that because it happens a lot as you develop app. So every item must have a non-null label. Okay, so here it says that every item, this item should have a label and it can't be null. But for now, it's null. Okay, if you hover over on it, here you'll see that it says label, and here you also see this question mark. Okay, here question means it could be nullable. Okay, but with the latest Flutter version it can't be null, so you have to pass something. Okay, so to do that we'll just simply go ahead and do label. Okay, and we can give it a name. So first one, we'll give it a name as home. Okay, all right, and after that we're going to go ahead and copy it, okay, and put it there, and now we'll save the app. Now here we do see that we have a new bar over here, and if you click on them you also see that there is something, okay, and you also see this kind of text shows up. Okay, all right, so which means we can change them. Okay, all right, so well, that was the home button, right? So if you see, we do have search button, I think that's a ticket button, and that's a profile button. Okay, so that's what we'll go ahead and do that. So now we'll change the button over here. So instead of home we'll do search over here. Okay, all right, SER, search. Okay, now here I would write search. Okay, and then over here we'll do tickets. Let's see if we get tickets or not. Tickets. Okay, airplane ticket. So I'll select this one, and right over here I'll write ticket, and this is for profile. Let's see if we have profile or not. Profile, no, we don't have profile, but I think we have a person. Okay, so we'll use that one, and here we'll write it as a profile. Okay, oops, I have a typo here, and now we'll go ahead and save it, and this time we might see, yeah, our icons are different. Okay, now the problem is it's not visible. Actually, a few problems or more problems. The icons are not the same, and the colors of course is a problem as well, but we are going to change all of them very soon. But step by step we are working on them, as you can see. Okay, all right, so right now our app got a bar, body, and a bottom bar. Okay, that's cool, but a lot of things to fill in, right? So we're going to install this kind of icon very soon, but before we go ahead and do that, we want to see these icons, because right now they're really not visible. Okay, before we go ahead and do that, I want to show you one thing. Even if you take out all this thing, your app would work. Okay, just save it. Yes, it's still working. Okay, all right, so we'll get it back and put it there. Okay, now here we see, if we click on them, so we see the labels, right? Actually we don't want to see them like this, so if you select it, you see the labels at the top, even labels over here. So we want to get rid of that one. To be able to do that, first here we'll set up a property which is called show selected labels. Okay, so if we are selected, we want to set it to false. Okay, now if you hover over on this, you see the name is gone, right? Okay, that's good. And but if you see over here, we also have them for unselected, so we change it to show unselected labels false as well. Okay, right. Okay, and next we want to select change the selected item color. Right now it's not visible. Selected item color over here. Okay, all right, so here we do say colors dot gray blue. Okay, so that's for selected. Now we see that item is visible, but the unselected one still not visible. Okay, but soon we would have a special file for this properties, but I'm just walking you through how to set up them first. Okay, now unselected item color, this one. Okay, and here we use a color. Now we want to use a different kind of color this time, a color number or digit. Okay, so here we do OXFF526480. Okay, so this is the one that's unselected. Okay, so yeah, they almost look same. Let's see. Okay, But what do we need to do? We need to change actually this one over here. Okay, all right. But if you want, you can use any color. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so that's what we have. Okay, all right. Now, in terms of background, we need to change. In terms of this background, we also need to change. Okay, all right. So we'll put it back. All right, so now this is not the icon we want. So we want a different type of icons. Okay, so to be able to use different type of icons, we need to install a package. Okay, so we'll come over here, this pubspec file, and right over here, we'll go ahead and install an icon. Okay, to be able to install, you can just come right after it and install icons. Okay. So the icon we are going to use, that's called Fluent UI or Fluent UI icons actually. Fluent UI icons, this one. Okay, right. And the version I'm going to use, that's 1.0.0. Okay, so this is the version. So that's how you install a package for dependencies. But of course, we need to click on this one. Okay, pubget. Okay, so it will install the dependencies for us. Okay, and it's already done. Okay, as it is done, we'll close this one. We don't need this. And now we'll come over here and change the icons first. Okay. Well, for home itself, we don't want this icon over here. We want a different kind of icon. And we'll remove this and we'll use Fluent. Okay, so here we do regular home. I see Fluent home. Yeah, regular. So this is the icon that we want. Okay, and let's save it. And we do have a bit of problem, but I think that should get resolved if we do more work. Okay, and how to do that? So right after this one over here, we'll also have active icon. Okay, so right here we'll do another icon. Okay, but here in this case we'll do active icon. Okay, now here we do icon. So we'll copy this one and put it here, and then we'll do IC Fluent home. Okay, now instead of regular, this time we want filled. Okay, this one, and let's save it. Okay, and if it didn't work like this, we go ahead and check. Okay, Fluent to icons has been imported, so we'll start from the scratch over here. So we'll restart our app using this button. Okay, and we'll come to our run option over here and we'll see what's going on. Okay, and if it still didn't work, as we see, which it didn't, in this case we'll stop the app and reinstall. Okay, because we have installed a package. Now after installing package, the app's internal state might not work immediately. In that case, you have to stop and restart the whole app. Okay, yes, and this time it worked. Okay, so this is the icon, and this icon should be the same as this one. Okay, all right, so that's why it's working right. So a lot of time if you install a package and if it doesn't work, then you have to stop the app and restart. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and use this one once again. We'll copy this and we'll use this one. Okay, but instead of home, we are going to use search. Okay, because there is an icon named search for it. Okay, so we'll copy this one right now, and let's see. So we'll put it right here. Okay, and we have a comma. Instead of home field, we'll have search field. Okay, search field. Now you save the app. You see it got different, right? Alright, so our icons changed. Alright, of course, this active icon and non-active icon, they are a little bit different, but we'll see them like over here, as you see. So it's when it's not active, this one, you come over here, it changes. Okay, all right. But in our case, it's not changing yet. The reason is because we don't have any other pages. Okay, so we only stick to one thing, one page, which is this one. Okay, so we need to have different pages as we click on them, so we want to go to different places. Okay, we need to do that one. And how to do that? Actually, to be able to do that, we need to set up more properties at the top. So here we'll declare a list of widgets first. Okay, because remember, body takes widget, and each time it takes only one widget. And in our case, we'll have 4 widgets, but we have to provide one using a method, tap method. But anyway, first let's go ahead and do it over here. So here we'll declare some variable, actually one variable, and the variable name is widget options. Okay, all right. Of course, we need to have a type for the variable. Okay, so it is a list type variable. Okay, list means it will have many variables at the same time. And not only that, what kind of thing you'll put in the list? We'll put widget. So that's why you need to mention widget over here. And right after that, you should have declaration for your variable. Okay, now we are going to have widgets and like this. Okay, so whenever you have a list in Flutter, you have to have this kind of brackets. Okay, all right. Now here we will have 4 options because we have 4 buttons over here. So the first one, for now, we'll just go ahead and stick to text, and we'll say home. Okay, and then we'll do text one more time, and then over here we'll write search. Okay, and then here we'll do say text again, and here we'll do tickets. And here we'll do const text, and we'll do profile. Okay, all right, profile. Okay, so now we have this 4 over here. Okay, now we need to find a way to bind it over here. Okay, you cannot just put it right there. But one thing we could do, because this is a list, right? So we can get one of the items from the list. We want to get the first item. So here we could do simply widget options 0. So this is more like an array if you're coming from other programming background. So in the array, we are getting the first item or element. Okay, let's save it. So as you see, it is over there, right? Okay, now of course we can wrap it around center widget. Or we'll cut this one and we'll do center. Okay, and then center will have a child, and our child is this one. Okay, all right. Now we can also change as for the second one, so we'll pass 1. Okay, all right. So that becomes a search, but I think I still have spelling error, so restart it. Yes. Okay, all right. And we can do the last one over here. So we do number 3, which is for profile. This way it's not dynamic, so we want to make it dynamic. We want to tap on them and it changes immediately as based on the tab. Okay, but for this one, first we need to declare a variable. That variable would keep track of this value over here. Okay, so to do that, first we'll come at the top, and here we'll call variable selected index. Okay, index is 0. Now this is called index, so we are going to keep track of the index of this list. Okay, so here we'll change it. So how do we change it? Here we'll pass selected index. Okay, so selected index, the default value is 0. We can change it to 1, and we'll see if we restart it. Let's see. Okay, let's restart from the scratch. Okay, yeah, right. And if we do 3, then we'll see profile over here. Okay, so now we know that we should be able to play with this variable, and that would help us. Okay, So we want to play with this variable each time we click on an icon, right? So each time we tap on an icon. So we have to create a method that would help us to get the value as we tap on them, okay? Now, to be able to do that, first we'll create a method, and in the method we'll play with this variable, okay? All right. So over here we'll call a method, and its type is void. It doesn't return anything, but do something, okay? The method name we'll call it onItemTapped, okay? And it will take a value as its parameter, and we'll call it index, okay? All right. So as we want to call this function, we want to send an index, and that index should be reflected over here. So we want to set it like this, okay? Select index equal index, okay? Now I'll explain more very soon that how it works, okay? So now we do have this method ontap, so of course it's not going to call itself automatically. We have to call it from somewhere. So we're going to call it from here, okay? So here there is a method that is called ontap. Actually this method should take a method, okay? All right, ontap property should take a method. So we're going to pass this method, okay? All right. But still nothing happens. But if we print a log over here, okay, and we would say like this, we'll pass it selected index, okay. All right, we'll print a log over here, and we'll see what shows up over here as we tap. So we tapped on this, we get 0. This value is 0. This value is 1. As we see, value is 3. Value is 2. So right now we see that our tap method is working, and it is bounded to this ontap property. So what happens here, as you click on this, this property gets triggered, and Flutter knows where you tap because Flutter has this bottom navigation bar. So Flutter framework knows about it. As you click on this, it knows which index or which item has been clicked or which index is being clicked. Flutter knows that, and it takes that index and we pass it to, it takes that index and then we pass it to this method, the method we have defined. So it comes over here in this one, okay, and then we set it to this one and we print it, okay. Now in general you can also print like this, okay, select index, okay. Now a lot of time you might need to convert it to string, okay. But if you wrap it around like this single quotes, $, and then this curly braces, it converts it to string automatically for you. The beautiful thing about it, you can also type string. Tapped index is like this, okay. Now we'll see that as we tap on that, you say the message tap indexed, okay. But if you're going to do it like this, say tapped index is, then you want to connect the string or connect this one as a string. So here you do selected index and then print it, but it will show you an error because you have to convert it to string, and now it will work, okay. All right, so now we tap on them, okay, and we see it. All right, so we are uncommenting the first one and using this one, but I prefer this one because it's easy. Otherwise you have to have double quotes, then plus sign, and then convert it to string manually, okay. But with this method, once you have this $sign and curly braces, this gets converted to string immediately, automatically, okay. So you don't need to do it manually. That makes sense. But anyway, so what's happening here one more time, bottom navigation bar has a property which is on tap. It takes a method and we can call a method, and inside this method we can grab or catch the passed value. Now this value is passed to this function automatically. Okay, all you need to do, you need to take it as a parameter. Okay, all right. Now the problem is, as you see, this value has been changed, but it is not being reflected over here, right? Because previously we changed it manually, like 1, 2, 3, and it reflects over here, but it's not being reflected. Okay, now over here, even though the value has been being changed, the value is being changed, but the state of the app is not changed. So that means the UI is not being updated. Okay, so we want to make the UI dynamic as well. Okay, so how to do that? Well, we can simply remove this. We don't need that, and we will take this one and wrap it around a special method which is called setState, which I told you early at the very beginning. setState helps you to rebuild the UI with the new outlook or new things, new color, new information. Now we'll restart our app. Okay, and what are we going to do? We are going to see some changes, but before that, actually we also need to do one more thing. Okay, here there is another property which is called a current index. We need to change that one as well. Okay, current index is whatever gets selected from here. Okay, so remember, every time we pass the index, it gets changed. Flutter also needs to know which one being set, so it knows it using this property called current index. Okay, now let's restart our app. Okay, now we click on this, we see home here immediately, and we see search here immediately, and we see tickets here immediately, and we see profile here immediately. Congratulations, you just built a dynamic app that does something based on user click. Okay, all right, so that's a beautiful thing. All right, and one more thing that I think we should take care over here, like the search icon. Okay, yeah, search icon still works, but it's just different than other icons. Okay, great. Now another thing, if you see carefully, you'll see that as you tap on them, the icons moves, right? It changes over here as well, but we don't want the icon to move. How to fix this? Now there is another property. Okay, that property is called type and bottom navigation bar item. I think bar type, bottom navigation bar type. Okay, this one. And we want to fix it. Okay, all right, and then it shouldn't move as you click on them. Okay, I think this way is much better. Now the default property for type itself is shifting actually. Okay, so that's why as you click on them, they move. All right, but the default one we want to change, so we want to change it to fixed. Beautiful. Okay, so now as you see, it becomes fixed. And it's working as well. So with this, we are pretty much done with our bottom navigation bar. So what do we want to do next? We want to focus on this home button, home icon, okay? Or home screen actually. So we need to build a new screen and we'll call it home screen, okay? So to be able to do that, we'll come over here inside this screens. So we'll go ahead and create a new file and we'll call it home screen. Okay, and the name as usual is Dart. Okay, all right, so here first we'll go ahead and create a stateless class, and we'll do st and we'll select stateless, and here we'll name it home screen. Okay, all right, and we'll just import the libraries as usual. Okay, and now over here, instead of this one, we'll call it like our class from here. Okay, so this is our class, so we'll just call it directly. Okay, so here we'll call it home screen. Okay, and let's save it. Okay, all right, I think we need to restart the app. Okay, now let's click on this. Okay, nothing is there because this is empty over here. Okay, right, so we're going to close this one, and as well as bottom bar, we don't need any of this. Okay, because whatever the changes would be here reflected. Okay, all right, now it is working. How we can prove? So here we can have this one, new home screen. Okay, so inside the container I'm putting a child. Now container is a widget. Inside it you can pretty much put anything you want. Okay, so here if we come over here, we set. Okay, all right, so yeah, so now we need to make changes from here on. Okay, but we learned that we could use scaffold. So here we would go ahead and use scaffold as well, because we might also want to have a background color. So here we do scaffold. Okay, all right, and let's set background color. We use this color. Soon it would be organized and putting these colors in a separate file. Okay, let's try to have const modifier and see how it works. Okay, now this is our new home screen, but it is gone, right? The text is gone, but here we'll have a body. Okay, it's a body section. Now I want you to take a look at this original app. So this is the home page, right? Home page has a lot of information, and how to deal with this. Well, here these stuffs, as you see, they're on the top of each other. So this way, this is called column. Okay, so they are in column format, column layout. But over here, this one is a row layout. Actually, this is also a row layout, this section. So the bigger layout is column, and inside this we might have a row, even column. So this is also a column in one sense. All right, and then row again. Now here we can also understand them as a column or a row. Depends how you understand and how you do that. There is no exact guideline, but any way you do that should be okay. All right, so that's what we want to do. Now here first, as we looked at this one, now we know how to approach. Okay, so these things are on the top of each other, so we want to be able to put things on the top of each other and scroll like this. Okay, here we'll go ahead with list view. Okay, list view. Now, and after that we'll have a container over here. Okay, container. All right, and inside this actually we'll have a child, and now we'll have actual column. Okay, so now for column itself we'll have most probably, well, we'll put this one, and this one inside one column. Okay, so the first one is this section, right? Okay, so if we take a look at this one, we see that we can divide it into two sections. One is this one and this section. So first, for this one, we'll have a row layout. Inside row, we'll have a column and another child. So that's what we'll do now. So here we'll do children. Okay, and then we do row. So see how we are doing it. So you need to understand the layout. The layout is, so because we have column, so we'll have this, and this, and this is the first child, and the first child is a row, so that's why we are writing row. And inside row we'll have two children, this one and this one. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, so now so let's go ahead and do this first. Okay, well, first this one, good morning, right? Now this is a string or text. So first we'll use this text over here, and we'll write here good morning. Okay, all right.
Now if we are going to see it over here, actually we do see good morning immediately. Okay, all right, we'll take care of this bar very soon, don't worry. Okay, so good morning has been reflected here. Okay, and we want to show an image over here. So this is an image. Now for the image itself, check out the link below and you can download the images. Okay, now we want to show an image over here. What we're going to do, we are going to do a container over here, and inside container we'll show image. Okay, now as we learned early, container is a widget. Okay, it takes text and other widget inside it, but with container you can do some special design, like as you see we have this borders. Okay, all right, so because we use container, we'll be able to use the borders over here. Okay, now we want to show an image first. Okay, all right, now if we don't have the image, don't have the container, how to do that, let's say it. So we can use image dot asset, this one. Okay, we'll go back to container very soon. And now here you need to mention your image path. Well, my images all are saved inside assets and images folder, and then img1.png. Okay, so this is where my images are saved. I mean, this is the path, and then this is the constructor that we are passing. So if you downloaded the images from the link, that image folder, just drag and drop inside it. So I'll paste it or drag and drop. The idea is same, and it would immediately say that go ahead and create a folder, and it did it for us. So you could do drag and drop or copy paste in this root folder. Okay, now assets images, so assets images, and we do have image1.png, which is this one. Okay, and while this is not good enough, we need to do more settings with this. So we'll click on this one, and over here we can mention, so over here we need to mention the image path, part of the image path. And if you come to pubspec.yml file, you see like this. So here you can remove it and make sure that this one aligns with the earlier one, especially this one, otherwise you will get error. And make sure that you have this space over here. Now with this you can't really be random, it has to have certain amount of space right and after it. Okay, right before it and after it, so you need to take care of that one. And we can remove this, we don't need this one. Okay, so here well, now assets mean here whatever image files or audio files you have to mention their path over here. Now in our app we have assets folder. Okay, so we need to mention that one. So here we do assets and images. Okay, now this assets doesn't refer to folder, this means the thing you are going to use. And over here you need to mention your images path. So assets images. Okay, all right, and the format is quite important. Now if we come over here, we see that now from here actually we'll be able to refer it, and Flutter will be able to find it. So let's go ahead and run it, and okay, we might have an error. Okay, it says that image is not found. Okay, we'll stop the app and run again. So we're running actually this one, so we'll minimize it. Well, we can click on this and we'll see how it goes. All right, now it's launching in debugging mode. Okay, we still have an error. I think the error is due to this one over here. I think we need one more slash. And now let's go ahead and launch it. And let's see how it goes. Okay, so this time the build worked. Okay, and now if we click on this, we see the text and image. So we needed a slash over here. Okay, so we'll close this. So this is how you can display image. All right. But this is far from this what we want. So definitely you see that image size matters as well. Okay, so this is too small and this is a little smaller. Definitely we can mention the image size over here. I think it takes size, but because we want to have this kind of border, as you see, so this is not going to work. Okay, so we'll just cut this one and remove this. So now we'll go back to container. Okay, container. Well, if you're going to decorate image inside a container, we need to use a property which is called decoration. Okay, here we do box decoration. Okay, so decoration takes a widget that's called box decoration. Now with this you would be able to apply border. Okay, border radius like that. So here we would do border radius. So border radius dot circular, and we'll apply 10 over here. Okay, now let's well, if we save now, actually the image would be gone because the image is not here. So we need to also mention the image property. Then we need to do a property or use the property is called decoration image for showing the image, and inside this you have to have another image. Okay, image property. And then we are going to use a constructor or widget called asset image. Okay, now inside this we'll put the path that we have copied. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, well, it didn't show, so we're going to relaunch again. Okay, it didn't show yet either. Okay, now why not? Let's see. So we may set up some other properties, and one of the properties is called fit. So we do that one, boxFit.cover. And still we don't see. Okay, now because we are inside a container, we have to give it width and height. So here we do width 50, height 50. Okay, so now here we go and we see that. Now if we remove the border radius, you'll see it looks strange. Okay, if we remove this one, right, it doesn't exactly reflect anything, but if your image is not proportional, then using this property is useful. Okay, now it has others property like you can play with fit height. Okay, now because I'm using a square image, so it is uniform, but I can tell you in future when you work, so you have to use this property fit and then check out which other property is useful for you. Anyway, so I'm going to put a const modifier, otherwise we see this wiggly yellow lines. Okay, all right, so let's save it. Okay, now so far this is great. All right, now we do have a problem. We want to put it to this right side, but right now we are not using that. Okay, but we'll do that soon. Okay, now if you see this one over here, we do have another text where it says that book tickets, but as you can see from the layout, these two are together and then this one, right? But currently this and the container, they're in one line. Having them one line is okay, but we need a text right after it. But anyway, so let's go ahead and copy this and we'll put it here and we'll see what is the text. The text is book tickets. Okay, so here we do book tickets. All right, so let's save it. Okay, but we want it to go down after good morning. Okay, so now that has to be a column format or vertical format. Okay, So what we're going to do, we are going to cut this two text together, and then we'll use a property called column. So now we are going to have column inside column. We're going to put a comma over here, and then we'll use the children property. Now remember, row and column, they always have children property that you should use, okay? And now I'm going to put this, and now let's save it. Yes, it started to look better, right? Yeah, it is starting to look better, and which is great. And what else we could change? We can add a const modifier right there. So Flutter is suggesting you to do that. Okay, great. So now inside this row, I have a column and a container, right? But we want to push them one to the left, one to the right, and we can do it easily actually. For this reason, we can use the property which is called main.Axis property for row, okay? So here we would say main.Axis, and here we would do main.AxisAlignment dot space between. But there are a lot of other values that you can play. We're gonna play with space between. We'll save it and see that they're pushing too much to this left and right side, right? So this section is row, and for row, main.Axis belongs to this horizontal axis, okay, and this become vertical axis for row, or we call them cross axis as well, okay? So for row, this is main.Axis and this is cross axis. But for column itself, it's opposite. For column, this is main.Axis and this is cross axis. Hopefully it makes sense. All right. Okay, so now it's already started to look more like this app, but we are far from it, okay? Now, one thing we do see that the spacing, okay, left and right. We'll also take care of the font very soon and the top bar. So now we need to work with the spacing, okay? How to do that? Now, as you see there inside a container over here, this container, okay? Now for container itself, we can give it a bit of space, okay? And we'll call it padding. So padding is applied inside from something. In this case, padding would be applied inside from the container itself. And here we would do const edge insets only, or actually we could, okay, let's go ahead and just do edge insets only, left 20 and right 20, okay? So they have some extra space over here, as you see, it showed up. But we can also be clever. We can use another property called symmetric. Now this is horizontally left and right, right? So we can use horizontal 20, so it would still apply the same on the left and the right side together. Okay, so it is working, great. Now we do see one problem over here. It should get aligned together, right? But it is not. How to take care of this issue? Now we need to apply a property inside this row, because this certain problem over here belongs to this row. So we are going to apply another cross-axis alignment, okay? Remember, this is, we want them vertically aligned, so we are going to use cross-axis alignment, okay? Now here we would do, so now this certain problem belongs to this column itself, okay? So we'd come inside this column, and then over here, for column, this horizontal line is called a cross-axis, right? Because now we are inside column. So this column refers to this section, and vertically they're okay, but horizontally this is not okay. Now inside a column, horizontal line is the cross-axis alignment. So we are going to work with that. Cross-axis alignment means horizontal alignment. So here we do cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so as you see, it aligned automatically. Okay, now because once again that certain problem was over here and inside this column. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Okay, now we need to take care of this bar problem. We don't want this AppBar. Okay, now to be able to work with this, we need to come to this bottom bar over here, and previously we have an AppBar. Actually, we can just simply remove it. Okay, let's save it, and it is gone. Okay, so that's magic like this. Now if we restart our app, you'll see that it starts from here. The reason is this one. So default selected index is 3, so 0 1 2 3. So actually we want it with our home page. Okay, now let's start it, and we'll see we start from our home page. Okay, all right. Okay, now at this time we can take care of a bit of other issues like this one. Okay, of course this doesn't belong to home page or home screen, this belongs to main screen. Now here you do see the debug problem, so we can get rid of that one. For this one, here is a property called show debug show checked mode banner. We set it to false and it would be just gone. Okay, so our app is slowly looking much cleaner. Okay, so next what we want to take care of this text size and color. Well, to be able to work with this text size and color and font size, actually we could go ahead and define them in a new file. Okay, so first we'll go ahead and create a directory, and we'll call it utils, where every small things goes, and set up things like that. And inside this we'll create a file, we'll call it styles. Okay, styles, or actually we can call it appstyles.dart. Okay, now inside here first we'll define a color, and we'll call it primary color. Okay, and here we'll have const color, and we do OXFF6870AF. Okay, now color depends on package, but looks like we are not getting it yet. I think we'll get it, don't worry. Just wait. I think we need to import the library if it doesn't work automatically. It's called material.dart. Okay, so we do import material. Okay, it looks like it. Okay, so the third one. Okay, the error should be gone. Okay, all right, so this is the primary color for our app. Now we'll also define a class over here, and we'll call it styles. Okay, inside this we'll set up some static properties. And okay, first we'll declare a static color type variable, and we'll call it primary color. Okay, why we are doing like this, I'll explain soon when we are going to use it. Okay, all right, so that's the primary color, and we also want to have a text color, and we'll do it static color text color. Okay, here we do const color OXFF3B3B3B. So that will be our text color, and then we'll also define a background color. So it would be color type, and we would call it BG color, and we do const color, and here we do OXFFEEEDF2. Okay, great. So that should be background, more like background, like the background of this screen. Okay, all right. And then we'll have an orange color. We'll do that one, or static color orange color. Okay, and const color OXFF2. 526. That should be, I think, 526,799. Okay, so those are the basic colors. Now, these are the colors that we have used previously in our original app. So the same color we are going to use now, and we already defined the color. Next, we're gonna set up some styles for text, which includes text font size and color itself, okay, and a font weight. Here we do static text style, because we are going to style our text and we are going to have the type as a text style. And here we do text style, the variable name, and here we have to pass the constructor as a text style, just like the color. Okay, all right, great. And here we do our font size, and our default font size is 16, and we do color over here, and we'll pass the text color, the color we have defined over here at the top. Okay, and so that's the beautiful thing, you can reuse them. So if you want to change the text color, you just change over here, and then you are good to go. And here we'll have font weight. Okay, so we'll have font weight dot W500, I think. Okay, so that's how we're going to define the text color, and we're going to copy it and we'll paste it. Now the text is the text, but we might also have like headline. Okay, so the bigger text, and we call them headline. Okay, now we might have different kind of headers, like this is bigger than this. So different headers, they have different font size. Okay, so that's what we are going to define over here. Now here we'll call headline style. Okay, headline style, and we'll have for this one 26, and color is still text color, and the font is, in this case, we're gonna use bold, so complete bold. Okay, now we're gonna copy this one and put it here, and here we'll create headline style 2. Okay, all right, and here we'll have a little smaller text this time, say 17, and the text color stays the same, and I think we can go ahead with W500. Okay, and one more text we need, I guess, before we finish. I think we can give it 21 actually, a little smaller, and let's keep it bold. Okay, now we'll copy this one and put it here, and that should be headline 3. Okay, let's be organized. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, it makes more sense. And this is, in this case, we could do 17, and here we do W500. And we'll have one more, which is a very small one, the headline 4, and size is 14. And in this case, the color, we are going to use a bit of different color, not the same color. So here we do colors.gray.shade. I think that should be a little lighter. Okay, and font stays the same. All right, so we are done. Now over here you see we have a variable outside this class scope. Okay, but inside this file. So in Flutter or Dart, if you declare a variable outside a class, you can access it from anywhere. Just write the name of this thing and you get the variable. Okay, so what do you need to do? You need to directly write the name of the variable, and then you will get it. But now if it's defined inside a class as a static, you have to first write the class name, and then you will use a dot operator to call them. Okay, for example, if I'm going to use the text color, so what I will do, I will do styles dot text color. Okay, like that. So that's how I'm going to use it from another class. Okay, so you need to remember with static, if you want to use the variables, you need to do class name dot variable. Okay, and something that's outside the class, you can directly use it. Okay, and we're going to use it first. For this one, we'll come over here you can change the color, okay? But now we are not going to use the primary swatch, we are going to use the primary color. And what is our color? Primary color is primary, the one we just defined, okay? This one, all right? So you see, you can just directly call it. Okay, now if we are going to see our app, we'll see some changes, okay? All right, but we don't see the changes over here, but if you come here, you might see the changes, okay? Because we have a color over here, but now here it's pretty much white, okay? All right, and then we need to come over here in our home screen over here. So this color has been already defined, and which is background color, this one, right? So we'll just call BG color using this class name. So we'll come over here, and instead of doing like this, we do styles dot BG color, okay? And of course there isn't any obvious change because the color is same. Okay, now we are going to apply the color and style like the one we have defined over here to this text. Now for this reason, I would come over here, and inside over here we have this style property, and here we'll call styles, okay, dot headline, okay. Now over here we are going to use the small one, headline 3, let's see. Okay, we have to remove const because this is not const, okay. All right, and if you save it and run it, yes, it's already looking better, got a little bigger, right? And headline 3 is this one, font size is 17, okay. All right. Now we're going to do the same for this one. So here we do styles, and so styles dot headline 1, okay, so the biggest one. So yes, it's already looking more like this app, okay, more like this. But look at this one, so it's good morning but a little gray, but we have the same color. Let's see, so we are going to use a 3, so which is this one. So let's change the color to this one. Let's save it. Let's run it. Okay, now it's more grayer, and this is what we like. Okay, great. So the text part is working, and now we want to create a bit of distance between these two lines. Now here, able to do that, we can use SizedBox, and here we could do height. Okay, height, say 5. Okay. Well, it didn't have a much bigger impact, but yes, it increased. Like for example, if you do 50, it would come down. But we don't want to do 50. We just want to do 5. Now with this approach, there's a problem. So every time you have to mention its height or width. Height is vertically, width is horizontally. So for this problem to be solved, actually we can use a package. Okay. So go ahead and install a package. The package name is, let's see, package name is gap. Okay, so it's easy to use. Just go ahead and install, and then do pubget. Okay, you're good to go. Now here I'm going to use gap. I'll do gap 5. So you don't need to mention height or width. Okay. So definitely we need to import it, import the package, okay? So it automatically knows what to apply, whether it's height or width. It knows it based on your layout, like whether you are in the row or in the column. So it's very automatic. Okay, now if we are going to see our app, we see that we do have some space at the top where we don't have, so we can give it some space, okay? Now, because we have installed this one, so we'll be able to do it pretty efficiently and smoothly. So right inside this children over here for row, inside this column, we can apply a bit of space. So here we will do const gap with 40, okay? All right. So it came down a little bit, okay, and which is really good. Okay, now it's looking much better. Okay, so now with this, we are pretty much done with this this kind of layout. Okay, so next we'll go and see what is this. Now, definitely this has to be inside a container, okay, because if you, once again, if you use text or border colors or border things like that inside a container, you can have this smooth rounded border. Without that, it's not possible. So we'll collapse it like this. Okay, so right after it, we'll have this design, okay? And as I said, we need container, but we'll start without container. And as we work along, we'll see how it looks like without container. Then we will be using container later, okay? So here, first, I'm going to put a row layout, okay? Row. And then row will have children. Now you might ask me why I have row over here. The reason is, you see, we need to have this one and this text, the icon and the text. So they have to stay in one line next to each other. So that's why we're going to use a row, okay? All right. So the first one definitely is an icon. So we do const icon. And here we're going to use our package or plugin, Fluent System. Okay, just go ahead with this one. But in this case, we want Fluent Search. Okay, and we also want to have regular, this one. Okay, all right. Now we want to have a color for our icon. Okay, so here we define the color. And here we do color OXFF BFC205. All right, okay. Now we need to have a text over here, so that's what we're going to have. And the text name is search. Okay, then we are going to apply style to it, and the style should be headline 4. Okay, so this one. All right, so now let's go ahead and save it and see. Okay, well, it's there, but it's too close to the earlier one. So we need to create a distance. So over here, we do const gap, and here we do, say, 25. Let's save it. Okay, now we have space. But once again, this could be replaced with SizedBox with height 25. The idea is same, but each time you have to write height, okay? So it's your choice, but in this tutorial, I'm going to use this plugin, okay? Which is very convenient, okay? Now, as you see from this one, we do have a background color inside. But here, because we're inside a row, we can just do the layout, but not really the color inside this section. Okay, so for this reason, we need to wrap this row inside a container. So I'm on Mac, and I would do Option Enter, and here I will choose container. Okay, so now this row is inside this container as a child. Okay. Now, because of this one, over here, we can apply some styles. Now, take a look at our app. So here you see at the beginning, we do have a bit of padding or space. So as I said earlier, for this one, we can use padding property, okay? So here we do padding, okay? And const add insets only. Okay, so we could do both, actually we could do symmetric because we want to apply both horizontally and vertically. First we do horizontal and we do 12, okay, and let's save it Okay, so it came down, came to the right a little bit. Okay, and after that we want to put color for this one. For this reason, definitely you need to use decoration. So remember, if you have a container, inside the container, if you want to do style and decoration, always use decoration property with box decoration. Now, inside box decoration, we can use image, but that's optional. If you need image, then use it. If you don't, just skip that. Okay. Now here we do border radius, and we do border radius dot circular. Oops. Border radius dot circular, and over here we'll use a 10. Okay. Now of course we didn't change the color, so it still looks the same. Okay. So we need to give it a color. Okay. Here we do const color, okay, so we need one more F. Okay, great. Now let's save it. Yes, we see there is a color, but it does look a little weird, right? It's very thin. So we can use this property actually. So vertical and the 12 and see how it looks. Yes, now it looks much better. Okay, so yeah, great. So inside this container we have this decoration. Because of this decoration we can apply the border as well as a color. Okay, that's wonderful. So next we'll see how to use this layout, how to create this layout. Okay, all right. Of course we'll do it right after it, and over here we'll first go ahead and do a row. As you can see, this is in a row format. Okay, and we can just directly create a row because we don't need to put some space on the left and right because we already have, because we are inside this container. So everything up to here is inside this this container. Okay, so all these sections in this container, and they are in column layout, as you can see from here. Okay, inside column we do have row, inside container we do have row as well. So this is the last one. So we want to write upcoming flights and view all. Okay, so would be here, and we would do row. Okay, now we'll have children, and then we'll have a text, and here we'll do upcoming flights, and here we'll apply style to it. Okay, and we do styles dot headline to this one. Okay, and yes, after that we also want to have a text over here, and it should be view all, and then here we'll have style. Okay, and we do styles dot text style. We do have a text style, right? Let's take a look. Text style, which is this one, just for simple text. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and save it and see how it looks like. Okay, okay, now we want to change the color a little bit, that is based on our primary color. Okay, so here that's why we would do copy with. Okay, copy with. Now over here we can apply the color. Now the color will be coming from our primary color, so we can access the primary color by saying styles.primary color. Okay, all right, now let's save it. Yes, so that's our primary color, which is same as this logo color, sorry, the icon color over here. Okay, great. But now they're too close to each other, so for this reason we are going to apply a property which is called mainAxis, which we have done before. MainAxis dot we do space between. Okay, all right, And over here actually we can create a bit of spacing. Okay, so here we do const gap, say 40. Yes, that's looking great. But now actually we want to click on this and just see an effect. So for this reason we would wrap this text around a clickable widget. There are few clickable widgets in Flutter. One is inkwell and there is gesture detector. So in this case we are going to use inkwell. Okay, so I would do option enter, and well, we don't see inkwell, so we'll select widget. Now here we do inkwell. Okay, inkwell. Okay, now for inkwell, let's run it. Okay, and now here we want to be able to click, right? So let's come and set this property child. Okay, so I'll hit enter, and right here if we hover over on it we see that it takes ontap. Okay, so here we do ontap, and ontap takes a function. So this is a function. Well, this function doesn't have a name, but you can create a function that has a name outside of this class and call it here, but we don't need to do that. But here we can print you are tapped. Okay, now let's save it, and if we click on this we see you are tapped. Okay, so that's how you print. All right. Okay, so with this we are done. So next we'll see how to create this beautiful card over here. Okay, and we are going to make this UI. Okay, now this would be a bit of complex and a lot of work, but anyway, so we'll collapse this code over here, the one we have written so far. So this was our container. So first child inside this list view. So we're going to create another child over here. So we can actually go ahead and create another child, but because this UI is a bit complex, so we'll have a dedicated class for this, and we'll just directly call that class from here. Okay, now for that reason we're going to come over here and we'll create a new file. So we'll call it TicketView.dart. Okay, all right, and inside this we'll create a stateless class. Okay, so do st. Now here we'll call it TicketView. Okay, now over here we're going to import the necessary library. Okay, all right, and as you see that over here it would be scrollable. Okay, so that's one thing we need to remember. Okay, anyway, so now over here instead of returning this one, actually we are going to return a sized box. The reason is our ticket over here will have a fixed size. Okay, so we are going to use sized box. Okay, sized box. It could be achieved through container as well, but we are seeing different ways of doing things. Okay, so anyway, so now we'll give it width and height. Now here we do, to get the width we can do media query. Okay, and then we do off, and it will take a context, and this is the context. Then it will have a size variable. Okay, then we can definitely get width. Okay, okay, now we would use the same to get height. Okay, now in that case we'd be using height. All right, now here we are getting width, but actually we could be better. Now we can move this logic to a different file or class, and then we're just calling that one. Okay, so what I'm going to do inside this utils, I'm going to create a new file, and we'll call it layout.dart. Okay, so it'll pretty much give us the size and things like that. And here we'll create a class and we'll call it appLayout. Okay, all right. Now here we'll create a static method and we'll call it getSize. Okay. Now all we need to do, we need to pass a context. So we'll pass the build context build context, and then we'll just return from here. We would return media query, and then query dot of context, like the context that had been passed, then we'll just get size. Okay, all right, so we get size like this. Now what we can do from here, actually we can call this method size from here, get size. Okay, so here we would create a variable, and its type is size, which means that the type is final size. Sorry, the variable name is size and type is final, which means once you get it, you can't change it. Okay, so that's why we do final. And then here we would call app layout. Then we'll just simply call get size, and we can pass the context. So this is the context. Okay, now we can reuse this variable. So we take it and we get it from here. Okay, we'll use it here, and then we can get width from it. Okay, because do remember size has width. Okay, width, width. Okay, so let's come over here. So we could also do width like this, but because from this size we can also return height. So over here we'll not do it like fixed. So we just want to get size. Based on that size, we'll get width and height. Okay, so now here we would get this size over here, and we can also get the height for this. Okay, so here we do height. All right, so right now we do say, well, we can give it a fixed height and see what happens. Let's see, do we have any chart? No, we are good. All right, so that's what we have so far. Okay, so this would be reusable later once again. Okay, all right, now over here we'll have a child. Okay, now we'll use a container. Okay, container, and inside this we'll have a child, and child will have a column, then we'll have children. Okay, so let me explain that what is happening over here. So if this is our app, now over here in this app, this card, okay, so this is one row, this is another row, these two rows are on the top of each other, so which is like a column, right? So this is a column based approach, but you can also do row based approach. So in this case you will have 3 rows or like that, but here what I'm trying to do, I'm taking this whole card as a column. Okay, so inside the column we'll have first child, which is this one, this is the second child, third child, fourth child, fifth child, like that. Okay, and inside each child we'll have a row. Okay, so this is the approach we are taking. So once again, this is whole card inside this column, inside this container, and then we'll have a column inside it, and each column, the column will have children, and each of the children is like this horizontal row. Okay, so each row have 3 items. You have to understand like this. So now we'll come over here, and so this is over here. Actually, we want to create another container, because if we have a container, then we'll be able to create padding inside the container. Okay, and this container we'll use also with margin or padding, but later we'll see why. Okay, all right, so anyway, see here we do a container, and then we'll give it a padding. Okay, and we do const edge insets all, so we want to have padding everywhere, and we'll have padding like 16. Now this padding would be this padding, as you see at the border. Okay, the empty space. Okay, great. So that would be our padding. So now we'll go ahead and define a child over here, and our child would be a column, and we'll have children as well. Okay, so our first child should be a row, and of course row will have children over here. Now this row will contain these 3 items, or actually you can, if you count them separately, then you will have more. Okay, all right. Anyway, so we'll come over here, and the first one we have seen, that is text, right? So we want to do this text over here. So we'd simply do text, and first one is NYC, which stands for New York. And then we have to assign styles to it. So that's what we do. We do style, okay? And here we do headline 3. Okay, so styles dot headline 3. I think this one. Okay, all right. So that's what we have. And next, use. All right, so after that, we're going to do this one over here. Okay, so we'll just copy this one and we'll put it here, and then instead of NCY here we'll write London. Okay, and now this is the very beginning of our card. So what we'll do, we'll come over here and call this TicketView. Okay, TicketView. Okay, this one. All right, yeah, that's all we want to do for now. We'll save it and see how it looks like. Of course, they're too close to each other. Now if we come over here and let's try to put a widget. Okay, so we'll call the widget const, and I think the type of, I mean, we are putting const instead of in front of it, and then we'll use a spacer. Okay, now let's see how it looks like. Okay, so they're pushing to the far end of this. Okay, yeah, well, that's interesting. But now at the same time, of course, this is far from what we wanted, right? But don't worry, we'll take care of that. So over here, you do see that it came out where it should not, and as well as it should go inside, right? Now why this is happening? Now this 16 padding is this one, right? So the container is more like this, so it is touching the edge and coming over here like this. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to create more spacing, at least on the right. Okay, so here we do this one. So here we do margin. Okay, so margin would be applied out of the container. Okay, so here we do const edge insets only. Now here we do right. Okay, and now here we apply 16. Oh, sorry, that should go left. Okay, all right, so now it came inside. Okay, but now if you see over here that our container has a bit of I mean, this container has color, right? The background color, so we need to apply that color to it. And we also see that it has borders, right? So this kind of border that we need to take care. So what we can do now, we are already inside this container. Like for example, if you give it a color, say colors.red. Okay, you can assign it color, colors.red. Okay, all right, and I think we need to import it, a package over here. So let's save it, and we do see there is a color. So what we want to apply a border to it, right? Rounded border. But anyway, so for that one, actually we are going to use decoration and box decoration. So once again, using box decoration, we can give beautiful borders and color inside it. Okay, so anyway, so what I'm going to do here, look at this color over here. So this is the color that we want to apply. So okay, so we have this color right over here, and then we do border radius. Okay, and we do const border radius. Okay, border radius, and we do only actually. Okay, now over here, if you see the card, we will have border only this 2 sides, right? Because we are doing this first part of the border. Okay, all right. So now here we do top left. Okay, and radius dot circular, and say here we want to have 21, and then we can also do top right. Okay, and here we do radius dot circular 21. Okay. All right, so our card is already looking better, and which is definitely good. All right, now the problem with the text itself, okay? Now text should be white, which they are not in this case. So we can change it. So over here, whatever default color has been given to them, we can change this one. How to change this? Remember previously we did dot copy, okay? Copy with colors, this one, remember? Now here we can reapply the color. So we do colors.white, okay? So we can do the same for our next one. Now what happens, this is your whatever the style you have saved earlier in this file, but you can override some of the style using this copy with, okay? So if you want to override your default style, I mean whatever you have defined, then you can just do copy with color, okay? And actually it does a lot of things, a lot of properties like color, background, font size. So a lot of the things actually you can override, okay? Let's see why we do have this error over here, which we're not supposed to have. Okay, we are missing, I think, this one. Okay, right, so it's working as we expected, okay? All right, and now here it's too close to this one. Now we could change it from here. So here we'll just go ahead and do like this const gap 15, and it would help you to have this space at the top. Okay, great. All right, now we'll go back to TicketView because we have more things to do, and for now would be doing const so that the lines, they are gone. So now what are you going to do? We're going to look at this section. Now this section will be very interesting, okay? Now, as you see, this has to be a rounded container. Then we'll have some lines, and then this would be rounded container again. In this case, we'll have two rounded containers. And then we're going to have this aeroplane. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, so now for this thick rounded container, which is this one, actually we can define a new class over here. Now this would be reusable widget, okay? Now we want to separately create a folder over here, and we'll call it widgets, okay? Widgets. And inside this, we would call a new file, we'll call it thick container, okay? And then .dart, okay? Now inside this, we'll create a stateless class, and we'll call it thick container. I think the naming is not good actually. Okay, we'll go ahead with this one for now. Anyway, so here we are going to have this container, and we are going to import this Flutter, the package library at the top, okay? Now here, we are first going to create a padding, and we'll do const aginsets all, okay, 3.0, all right. And after that, let's see, we are going to do decoration, okay? We'll do box decoration, okay? Now over here, we'll have border, not border radius. We can do border radius as well first, no problem. And here we do border radius dot circular, say 20, all right? And after that, we'll have border, okay? Now over here, border dot all, and over here we would apply, say, width. So border will have width 2.5. Now this width would be actually the thickness, okay? Like you see the white part, the thickness, okay? All right, and then we'll also give it a color, so we'd call it colors.white, okay? Let's see, we need to import the package over here. Okay, so here we do colors.white. Okay, so for now that's what we have, and as we are good to go, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to call it right after this. Okay, so we'll just simply go ahead and call thick container. Okay, and that's it. Okay, now let's see how it looks like. I'm going to see what's happening. So here we are returning a container decoration. Oh yes, actually it is here, right? That's quite interesting. Now why this is because there's a spacer here. Let's put another spacer. Let's copy this one and put it here. Okay, all right. So now we have two spacers, so it's in between two spacers. So you understand that one, right? Well, now we want to achieve this result, so which means that we need two of this, right? So we need one more. So what are you going to do? We are going to just simply copy this one and put it here. Then we'll run it and we'll see like this. Okay, now one thing we need to know that about spacers, so we have these two spacers, so each of them, they push things to the left and right. So over here we have a spacer, so it's pushing left and right, and this spacer is also pushing left and right. Okay, over here the spacer. Now the way they do it, they try to keep things equal and proportional, so it wouldn't push like here. Okay, let's say pushing back over here and empty space here and a little empty space here. They don't do it like this. Okay, so spacers, it takes the space and try to distribute the space equally. Okay, so that's what it does. Now if we put a third spacer, we'll see that it is true. Okay, all right. So now what did it do? We have this three spacers, right? So three spacers, it took the empty space inside this parent, which is a row, and equally divided into three pieces, as you can see over here. Now this could be also done using expanded widget, okay? Expanded, but you need to put an empty widget or empty container, okay? We'd see the same result. So let's do it. Okay, so you see there is no change at all. Okay, so expanded widget and spacer, in some aspect they are same. So anyway, so this is where we want to put some new stuff. Okay, stuff like this one. Okay, so this dots over here, so that's what we want to do or put. So now we'll come inside the expanded widget and we'll remove that one. Okay, now here we're going to put a widget that is called SizedBox. Now for child itself, we are going to use over here, say flex. Okay, flex. All right. Just to put direction and what else? Now if you hover over on it, you'll see that it takes a list of children. Okay, so we want to put children. Okay, children. All right, great. Now direction we can set it to axis dot horizontal. Now why we are doing like this, so you need to take a look at the first picture over here. So these dots over here, they would be inside this flex widget. Okay, now what would flex do? Because of flex, we can put a lot of children together, so they would be like a children one by one. Otherwise you have to say a lot of them together, a lot of sized box. But here we are just using one sized box, but because we have flex, it would help us to do the layout for us one after another, because we are going to mention the direction of this. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. So here we are going to put list. Okay, now how to put the list? So but we'll dynamically generate our list. Okay, so here we do list dot. Now say we want to generate 5 of them, and each of them, for example, we need to return them as a widget. Just want to simply return this dash. Okay, all right, so now go ahead and save it. All right, so we already see them. It's over here, right? Okay, now we can change this one. How do you change this? So we do over here main axis alignment. Okay, so here we do main axis alignment dot space between. All right. So you see, this one took the space uniformly, okay, and expanded to it. Now with this approach, there is a problem. So here, this part is pretty much fixed, right? And this is something that's also fixed, but that's fine though. But over here, we don't want to make it fixed. We want to make it dynamic, okay? Because larger screen and smaller screen, based on screen, you want to make them smaller and larger, things like that, as well as how many you generate. In larger scale, larger screen, you will have more dots. In smaller screen, you'll have fewer dots, okay? All right, now because of this reason, let's go ahead and do layout builder. So we'll wrap it around the layout builder widget. So we do command enter or option enter, and here we do a widget, and we'll call it layout builder. Okay, now why we are using layout builder? Because of layout builder, you will get the width of this space over here. Okay, so you need to put it inside a parent. In our case, the parent is SizedBox, but we don't know what's the width of this parent, right? So in this case, if you put layout builder, we'll be able to grab that width. Okay, that's why we wrap this flex using layout builder. So over here, it wants us to add this argument, and that's what we do. Okay, now it did it automatically for us, and over here you also see that it returns something. So instead of having this child over here like this, we'll move it inside layout builder and return it. All right, so now with this, we'll be able to grab the width of this. And how to do that? So here, we'll just simply print it. We'll do print the width is. So here we're going to use constraints with width, okay? So this will give us the width, okay? Because layout builder has constraints, so it automatically calculates the width or height for you. Okay, so we'll save it, and now if we come over here, you see that this is 69.333. So this is the distance, that is 69.333. So that's the beautiful thing about it. Okay, so as we can get it, so now we can apply it over here. So I'm going to copy this one, and I'll remove this. First I'll put brackets, and then inside it I'll put what I've copied, and then I'll divide it by a certain number. So I'll divide it by 6. So what I'm telling, whatever this width is, take that width and divide it by 6. Okay, now for larger screen, you will have more numbers after the division. With smaller screens, you will have fewer numbers. That number represents the number of dots over here. Okay, so here we will do to floor, okay, or floor. All right, so now let's go ahead and see. Okay, now that's what we have over here. Now to get rid of this problem, we'll maximize the space. So here we do main axis size, this one, and we do main axis size. So here we can use a sized box, and inside the sized box we'll have width. So here we'd mention width as 1, or maybe actually 3 is better, and height is 1. Okay, now we'll do a child inside this. So child, over here we do decorated box, and then inside this we do decoration, and then we do box decoration. Okay, and because of this one, we'll be able to apply color to it. Let's save it, and yes, the error is gone. Okay, so that's how you do it. So that was the first part of the puzzle. And then if you see the earlier design, we also need this arrow plane over here. Okay, so how to get that one? Now we do have this one over here, and right after this we have this thick container, which is this one. So right after it, first we'll get an icon over here. Okay. Now let's save it and see how it works. So it is there, okay? Now it is upward, but we want to rotate it. So how to rotate it? So we'll see how to rotate an icon. Here I'll cut this one, and over here we'll do transfom-rotate, okay? This one. And then we need to specify the angle, so we do 1.5, so which is from vertical to horizontal shift, which is more like 90 degree, okay? Now we see that it converted like this, and after this, now what do we want to do? We are going to have to put it like this in the middle, okay? But right now we can't the way it is, okay? So the idea is this sized box and this one, they have to overlap, and how they are going to do it. So over here we are going to put this sized box and transform widget together inside one special widget that's called stack widget, because stack widget helps you to have overlapping. Right now they are not overlapping actually, okay, and you cannot really push it over here. But if you use stack widget, we'll be able to do that, okay? Now for this reason, we need to move this one up and right next to it, okay? So that's what we are going to do. But first, what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap it around SizedBox, and then we are going to move it inside the stack widget. Sorry, I'll wrap it around using stack widget, then we'll move this one inside stack widget as well, okay? So I'll click over here, and then I'll do Option Enter, and then here there is a widget, and over here I'll select stack. So for this one, the parent widget is a stack widget, so we want to center it. So we'll select it with the center widget. Okay, well, let's save it, and it's centered. So that's how you do widget overlapping or cool design like this. After this, we'll go ahead and do this section of this design. Okay, all right, and for this one we are going to introduce a new row, so we'll collapse this and put a comma over here, and then over here we'll do a new row, and as usual we'll have children. Remember, rows and columns, they always take children, and they take list of children, and this one means a list. Okay, all right, so over here first we'd go ahead with the sized box, and we'll give it width, say 100, and we'll have a child over here. Child would be text, and over here we'll have New York, and here we'll do style. Okay, and for now, once again, we'll do styles.headline4. We'll go ahead with this one, and yeah. Okay, so that's the first one, and let's save it and see the result. Okay, so here we are, and we know that we can change the color, so we do dot copy with, so here we do colors.white. Okay, all right. Okay, so now it worked, and over here we'll have a text widget. Here we'll pass the string 8 miles, or sorry, 8 hours, and 30 min, and once again style, so we would do styles dot headline 3, and then dot copy with colors.white. Okay, and then once again we'll have this sized box, so let's see. So let's save it and see the result, compare it. Yes, it's looking okay, but I think this text got a little bigger, so we need to work on that one, and the others are fine. So anyway, so let's go ahead and copy this and we're going to put it here. Here we'll change it to London. London. And there is a property that we can set that's called text align. We would do text align, text align.end, and I think it would help us to change the position. Okay, so yes, it went down a bit of far. Okay, now we can set up another property over here, which is called space between main axis. Main axis alignment. Now here we do space between. Okay, so it's looking much better. Now the problem with this one, it was way too big. Let's see if we can solve this one. So headline, go ahead with headline 4, and yeah. Now if we are to come over here, and we see that yeah, it's pretty much the same, but of course we have this problem over here which we also need to take care. Alright, so it doesn't look very aligned. The reason is actually we do messed up over here and here, here and here. Well, this line is okay, but here actually it should be LDN. So let's go ahead and find it and add this one. Okay, London LDN. Okay, now it does look much better because the three letters, and this length, and pretty much same as this one. Okay, all right. So that has been solved. Now over here between this two, we want to create a little bit of space. So here we could do const gap 1, and let's see how it looks. Okay, and we need to import the library. Okay. So it went down a little bit, even you can do further, 3. Okay, it's much better. All right, so the next section is doing this and this as well as this. Okay, now for this one actually we have to introduce a new container right after this container. Okay, all right, so this container is responsible for showing the blue part of the card. Okay, all right, or ticket actually, card or ticket. Now right below it would do something new, showing the orange part of the card ticket. Okay, so right over here first we do a container. Okay, all right, now if we are going to look at it, you do see that it has over here this layout. Now this is the first part, which is like a first child, second child, and a third one. Okay, now we could do it in a row. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. So we'll put everything in a row. So over here we'll do child. Okay, now child is row, then we'll have children. Now over here we'll do SizedBox. Okay, all right. Now if we are going to look at it here, you see this is a half circle, so that's what we are going to do, and that has to be once again using like box decoration or decorated box. Okay, so here we would put well, first we need to give it width and height, so height 20 and say width 10, and after that we'll have child, and here we'll do decorated box. Now here we'll have decoration, box decoration. Okay, now definitely we need border radius, so we do border radius, this one. Okay, border radius. Now over here we do only. Now if we're going to see, we don't need a complete border, so we need border at the top and at the bottom. Okay, so that's what we need to mention. So right inside it, we would do radius dot circular. Now over here we'll have 10, and that should be top left. Okay, that's it, top right actually, top right. Okay, and we need to put another one
Okay, let's see, we need to put a const. It's being cranky. Now the other one is bottom right. Okay, and we do radius dot circular 10. Okay, now that should be it. All right, and what about the color actually? Okay, so we need to define the color. Now that should be our container color. We should put a color over here. So we do color, and then we do const color, and here we would put orange color. So the color will be F37B67. Okay, all right. And you see the color came out. Now actually we could put it in our styles file, so we'll copy this one, and we'd come to app styles over here, and we do have a bit of orange color over here. Okay, so I'm not sure this is the same color though. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come over here and comment it out over here, and we'll try styles.orange color. Okay, all right, let's see. Nope, that color was wrong actually. So we are going to come over here. I'll replace this one over here, do F37B67. okay, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, now we'd come to this app. Let's restart it. Okay, now it took actions. Okay, it's fine. So now that is working. Okay, now how about this section over here? This section also needs a color. Now inside this decoration we can set color over here. So we do color, colors.white for now. So that's our the rounded corner. Okay, all right, great. Now we're going to copy this one and put it right here. Okay, all right, so we do have two, but now in this case instead of top right it should be top left and bottom left. Okay, all right, now of course they shouldn't be together, so we can separate them, and here we do expanded widget and say for now we have an empty container, and we'll see that let's see what are we missing over here. Expanded, what's the error? Okay, most probably it doesn't want to work with const. Okay, great, so it's already looking better. All right, and okay, so now inside this we need to put stuff. Which stuff? This one. Well, just like earlier we have done layout builder, we'd do the same, but we would take it step by step. So first here we'll have flags, and of course we need to get children for this, and as well as the direction. Okay, all right, now direction is axis.horizontal, and we'll once again use our friend list.generate. Okay, and in this case we'll just first go with 5, and then over here actually we're going to use SizedBox. Okay, and with, say for example 5, height say 1. Now over here we are going to use a child, and we'll do decorated box, and decoration, box decoration, and just simply we'll use the color, and we'll do colors.white, and we'll see. Okay, now it's very tiny, and that's not what we want because we just have 5 of them. Okay, but previously also learned that we can wrap this around center layout builder widget. But another thing we still need to do over here, this is main axis alignment. So main axis alignment dot space between, and okay. Now of course this is still hard-coded 5 over here. So that's not what we want. I think there's another property we should also set that one, which is main axis size. Okay, so main axis size dot max. Okay, so take the maximum space of main axis. All right, so it'll completely try to take the maximum space. Now we'd wrap this around a layout builder, so we'd do widget over here, and here we do layout builder. Okay, now of course we can't have child for this. It has a property which is called builder, so that's what we're going to use. And let's see, okay, cool. Now we don't need this one. Now all we need to do from here, we need to return the flex widget. Okay, and we're good to go. All right, and make sure that we're good. Yeah, and I think we need to put semicolon. Okay, so we're good. Now here, once again, we'll use this constraint. Okay, all right, how to do that? First we'll have brackets, and outside we'll have something, but later. So here we'll have constraints with width, and here say I want 15 of them. Okay, flow. So there should be 15 of this. Okay, so that's working great. And let's see, what else do we need? A const modifier. Yeah, it worked. Here we also need one, and here as well as. Okay, great. Okay, so that part is working. But now let's put a little bit of padding around it so that it looks better. So we'll come over here and wrap it around another widget, and we'll call it padding. Now we do have like 8 over here. Let's go ahead with 8. Yes, it looks better. Fine. If you do 12, okay, it looks a little thicker, and I think that's okay. And now this problem has been solved over here. Okay, now if you see the earlier design, it does have a little bit of space at the top over here, and now we have the same one exactly. Okay, all right, so with this, that problem has been solved. Now we'll go ahead and do the rest part, which is this part. Okay, now if you see we also need a container to do that. So here we'll have our bottom part of this orange card, which is this one. So we're going to make a small note about it, and definitely we'll start with a container. Okay, all right, and container will have background color and color, things like that. So for this reason, actually we can just simply copy this section from here, actually all of it from here, and then we're going to put it here, and we need to change this color over here, so we change it to styles.orange, and we need to change this part, and instead of top left, so it would become bottom, and over here it's the same, so that would be bottom. Okay, all right, and let's save it and see the result. Yes, but of course because we don't have any content, so it's looking weird. Anyway, so now we'll come over here and we'll do child, and inside this we'll have column. Now we'll have children. Now this time the approach is a bit different. This time we are going to do column by column. So we'll have 3 columns, but inside one row. So this would be a row, and then we'll have, like, say, column. Okay, so 1 column, first column, second column, third column inside the big row. Okay, so here we'll do row, Okay, now with the row, why we will do row? Because it would help us to do like space between, so we can center them together. Okay, like they would be aligned. Of children, and now over here this is the first child as a column, so we'll do column over here and children again. Now here we are going to put our text. So the first text is text May, so we'll do text first May, and then we'll do style and styles dot headline 3. That's what we would do. Okay, and then we would do copy with, so we'll do color over here, colors.white. All right, let's see. Okay, great. And so that was the first child, so we need another one, and that should be another text. Here we do date and style, styles dot headline, which one we can use? 4, actually this one, and then copy with style, color, colors dot white. Okay, all right, now they're too close to each other, so we'd use const gap 5. Okay, all right, now we want them to be aligned over here, so we can set up a property inside this which is called a cross axis, because we want which one? So horizontally, actually horizontally start from the beginning, horizontally. So over here we would do cross axis alignment, cross axis alignment dot start. Yes, that's looking better. And I think this part actually we can directly copy and reuse it. Okay, so I'll copy this one, and over here I'll put it here. Okay, now we can set up a property over here which says main.AxisAlignment, main.AxisAlignment dot space between. Okay, great. You see it's looking better. Now here, if you see, they align from the right side, so here we need to do and instead of right. Okay, now it's looking better. What else we can fix? So here it should be 23 and number, so 23 and number. All right, great. And for date, actually we could all do small letters. So yeah, now we are left with this section over here, and let's how to do that. So definitely we can copy one of them, and it's the same idea. So I'll just go ahead and copy this. Okay, all right, and let's put it here. Now this one, okay, so this one we can change from this property. We do center. Beautiful. Of course, this is not the text we want. We want 8:30, 8 a.m. and departure time. So here we do 08 a.m. and departure time. Beautiful. Now, if we just copied this section directly here, this alignment would have been difficult. Okay, we just can't do that. Okay. Now, one weird part about it is, you see over here we have like 16, but here it does look like more than 16, so we need to cut down a little bit, so we can't really use this one. So here we could do only say left
16, so top 10, right 16, and bottom 16. And this way it should look better. Yes, so this way it looks a little better. Okay, all right, now we are done with this section. So this is our first card. Okay, now we need to have two cards over here. If you see, we have two cards, and of course we also have to take care of this this part over here, the space, but our card is a little longer, and which we will do very soon. Okay, all right, so for this reason we need to come to our home screen, which is over here. Okay, and the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to collapse this one. Now over here we need to make changes. Okay, so to be able to have two of them, so we need to put our wrap them around a special widget. So I'll cut this first. That's called SingleChildScrollView. SingleChildScrollView. With this, we'll be able to get a single child. A part of the screen would be a single child, and that child would be scrollable. But inside that section, you can have many children. Okay, so once we are registering with Flutter, we're saying, hey, I need a part of the screen where I can scroll. Or whether you scroll horizontally or vertically, it's up to you. Okay, we can set that. Okay, now first we're gonna set scroll direction, and in this case we're going to scroll axis dot horizontal. Okay, so we want to be scroll it horizontally, and now here we'll have child. Okay, now here we'll do row, and inside row we'll have children. Okay, and we'll have this first one. Okay, all right, beautiful. But because we don't have any other children, so we can't really scroll them. So I'm gonna copy this one and put it one more time, and now we'll have two. Now it already became scrollable. Okay, now we do see that we have space over here, so we're going to use this over here, and here we're going to use padding actually, and const add insets only, and we do cell left 20 or if we do it left here, okay, let me change it to right actually, and let's see how it goes. Now we do see that we have a bit of spacing, but it's over here. Let us come to, sorry about that, let us come to our file over here. So our biggest container, which is this one. So container we do here right 16. Okay, great. And over here we do left. The next change we have to do is actually over here in this ticket view, and this section, okay, has been done. Okay, but it's showing the pretty much complete screen from left to right, but we don't want that. So we'd come over here and we just want to use, say, 85% of the screen. Okay, all right, now it's scrollable. Beautiful. Well, we have came so far and we have made this beautiful design. And let's see. Next, we're going to focus on these sections, but this should be pretty much easy and quick, because for this entire app, the ticket was the hardest one actually. Let me see, the rest part is actually pretty easy. Yeah, so next we'll focus on how to build this UI. Okay, great. So now we'll go ahead and do this section, and doing this section should be actually pretty straightforward. For this reason, we need to come to our home screen, but at the same time actually we can close them. We don't need this for now. Okay, so this is our home screen, and we had this one, and right after this we'll create another child over here inside this list view. So first we do const gap 115, 15, and right after this, actually, I think here we can just copy this section. Okay, while now this section I think was somewhere here, let's say good morning. We have this images, search upcoming flights. Yeah, so pretty much like that. So we're gonna copy this section first, and then we'll come down over here. Now we'll see how it goes. And now let's put it, yes, we do see it over here, and we of course definitely need to make some changes. Let's see the changes. So over here we need hotels and view all, so we'll just change hotels. Everything else stays the same, and now this left issue, spacing issue, that we need to correct. So for this reason, we're going to wrap it around a container or even a padding widget, okay? But I'll do it with a container. Okay, and over here we would have a bit of padding. So we'd use padding both for left and right side. So we could do const add insets, let's see, we do symmetric horizontal, say 20, and it should already be getting better, right? Okay, so now they all have aligned together. Okay, that part is done. And what else? So now we need to work on this. Okay, now just like this section, they would have some of the similarities, like scrolling views like that. And how are we going to work together first, I mean, with this? So we'll create a separate Dart class for this one, and we'll call it hotel view or hotel screen. Yeah, like that. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna come over here, and inside this we are going to create a new file, and we'll call it HotelScreen. Okay, all right, and we'll create a stateless class for now. We'll do st stateless, and we'll call it HotelScreen. Let's import the dependencies. Okay, it should be good to go. All right, so we'll keep this container over here for now. Okay, and first we want to get the size, because the screen is this width, or the horizontal distance is this, but we want just part of it, like say 60%. Okay, so how to deal with this? So for this one, first we need to get the size, so we do final size. Remember, we have this class called AppLayout. So and over here we can get size. Okay, and all we need to do, pass the context. Okay, and right inside this, now we can give it a width. Okay, so we would give it a width, say size 0.6. Okay, so 0.6. So you take the 60% of the size and put it on the screen. Okay, but of course our screen is still empty, nothing is there. To do that, we need to put a child. Okay, we also need height actually, so we do height 300, 350. For now, height is hard coded, but we'll change that later. A child, and child would be a column. Now, why is this like this? If you take a look at the view, now definitely this would be a column, right? First we'll see the image, and then we'll see this text, and then the certain place, and as well as the price. Okay, so that has to be column layout, so that's why we have this so far. And inside this we'll have a container. Now container, say first give it a height. Now first container would be responsible for showing the image. Okay, so we are going to give it a height, say 180, hard-coded for now, but soon we'll change them. Decoration, and we'll do box decoration. Okay, and right over here we are going to do or give it a color. Okay, so we do color, so colors dot or styles let's see, we do have styles, right? Styles dot primary color. Go ahead with primary color. And before we go ahead and everything else, let's just display an image first. Okay, so here we do image, decoration, image, and then we do image and asset image. Okay, all right. And inside this we need the path. Now the path is images. I think that's assets actually. Assets, images, and well, we'll have one photo that's the 1.png. Okay, for now we'll go ahead at this one, and this image should be this one. Okay, so this is the image that we want to show. All right, okay, great. And it should be in the downloaded folder, the one you have downloaded. Okay, all right. Let's see what else. I think with this we're good, so we can just go ahead and call it from here. Now before we go ahead and call it from here, let's define a gap over here. And okay, right after it we are going to call our hotel screen. So here we'll just simply do hotel screen. Okay, right. Okay, and let's see how it looks. And it says that size and type are double, so we'll come over here and let's see where it is causing the problem. Okay, so most probably it will be over here, get size, hotel screen. Okay, it pinpoints over here. So we need to do size.width actually. So now it should work, and we'll just remove this. Okay, all right. So I missed that part anyway. Okay, yeah. So far it looks like this. Not bad actually, but over here so we set this one, right? So without this it may look a bit of different. Okay, yeah, like this. So we'll have this box fit. Okay, let's put a const modifier, and let's give it a border radius for this container itself. Okay, so yeah, it's already looking great, but so far we do have only one. The reason is why it's taking the whole screen, which it is supposed to take a little bit, but we can change this one very soon. Okay, so let's come over here, and now we wrap it out on SingleChildScrollView. Okay, so using well, this one we'll wrap it out on SingleChildScrollView. So here we'll call this one actually, so we'll go ahead and copy this. Okay, great. And we need to set up two other properties over here, so let's go ahead and set up this and see how it goes. Okay, now of course we might have error. Well, we can copy actually the whole row actually and just replace this with this hotel screen or hotel screen. So, all right. Okay, so now you see it's working. Okay, so without a definite, well, now here even though we set this one, but container might take, so from my understanding it takes the whole available space unless you have different kind of well, child, because right now we just had one, so it took all the space, but if you put 2 or 3 then you will see that it's working. Okay, so we can like say go ahead and copy them both, and I will say it's still like this. Okay, so if you have fewer childs or only one, the container will take the whole screen. Right. Okay, I'll keep it there for now. It doesn't really matter. And for this container itself, actually we need to put some setup over here because they're too close to each other. And for this reason, we'll do padding over here and const add insets. Okay, and instead of only, we'll do symmetric and say horizontal 15, vertical 17. Okay, all right. So we do see that there is a bit of white space here, but we want to cover that space with a different kind of color. Okay, So to be able to do that, actually, let's define a decoration over here, okay? So here we do decoration, box decoration. Okay, now inside this we define color, we do, well, I think we could do styles dot our primary color. Let's go ahead with primary color and see how it looks. Yeah, it looks like this, okay? Yeah. Okay, now there's a bit of problem. First, this border, right? So we need to work on this one, and we can do it easily right over here. So we do border radius and border radius dot circular, and we just do simply 24. Okay, so it's looking better. Now we need to create a space for each of them. Okay, all right. Now how to do that? So we can do margin over here. So padding, when you do padding, it takes empty space inside a container. When you do margin, it takes empty space out of this container, okay, from outside. Now here we want to do the outside spacing. Once again, we do call it a const add insets, and over here, I think we could go with only, and because we'll have different ones. So right, say 17, and give it a little bit top, and let's see how it looks. Yeah, okay, so it's already really looking good. So you can do up and down like this. Of course, now this space is for putting our text, okay? Right. Now we want this to a little bit like, you know, have like a 3D feeling. So for this reason, actually, we can define a little bit of shadow. So here we do box shadow. Okay, and a box shadow takes a list of shadows. So box shadow takes a list of shadows. So in Flutter, whenever you see like these two icons, that means lists. Okay, all right. Now here we do box shadow. Now it has some properties. First is the color. So now here we do colors.gray.shade 200. But I think we need to import the material library. Go ahead and see how it looks. Yeah, it does have a little bit of shadow over here if you see, but we can do much better. Here we do blur radius. Go ahead with 2, and okay, now let's see how it looks. Not much change. Spread radius is 1. Okay, now if you want, you can actually change the color and see how it looks. Okay. So over here, say instead of gray, you could do red, so for example. So here you see the color came out, okay? Now instead of this, you could also do white, and yeah, but because our spray radius and blur radius are very small, so it's not that obvious. So you do 20, okay, and over here, say you do 10. So now you see we do have like white edges over here, but that's not what we want, okay? So we would go back to what we had early, like this, okay? But if you want, and let's take a look one more time. Okay. So with this, I'm kind of happy. I'm not sure you guys, but okay, we'll go ahead with this one. So, but anyway, you can play around with this and have a different kind of value in the result. Now we'll go ahead and do another text over here. That should be like this, okay? All right. Now over here, what we're going to do, first we're going to have a const gap, say 15, or maybe 10 is better. And then we do text, okay? All right. Now, first one we do hard-coded. So first one is open space. So here we do, okay, we need to import it. So here we do open space, okay? And then we can apply styles to it. So we have the styles dot headline 2. In this case, we do this one, and dot copy with colors, and here we do color dot. Now I also want to get this color from the styles. Okay, so if you option enter. If it didn't work, then I would come over here, app style, and I'm going to define a new color. Okay, and here I'll call it static color copy color, and here we do const color. Here we do OX FF D2 BD D6 D6. Okay, this is the color that I want. So I'll save it, and now of course we'll have some error. Now here we do styles dot copy color. Okay, so that's what we want. So this is the color that I was talking about. Okay, all right. So that's the text itself, and now we'll have another text, but in this case we'll call it destination for now. Okay, or like where you want to go. Okay, so first one is hard-coded London. Okay, and the text style, but this time we just want color. Okay, nothing else, and maybe we don't need so big, and we want white color this time. So colors.white. Let's see. Yeah, it looks great, and we can copy this one and put a little bit of stuff over here. Okay, all right. Now we do one more gap, and here we do 8. Okay, now we can copy this text and put it here. Okay, now here say 40 per night. Okay, all right, and so $40 per night, and this headline 1. Okay, and here we go ahead with copy. So copy it and put it here. Okay, great. All right. So with this, we are almost done with our homepage design, but now there is a bit of problem here. Now this is pretty much hard-coded. Okay, so in next section we'll see how to make this dynamic. Okay, how to make this section pretty dynamic, and as well as this section. Okay, because we want to read them from a file, okay, or like from a server like that. But in this case, basically we'll go ahead with like a list of arrays, a list of information, things like that. Okay, so that's what we'll do next. Okay, so to be able to work with them and read different information for different pictures, we need to create a new file, and we'd come over here. Inside this utils, we'll create a new Dart file, and here we'll call it app.info-list.dart. Okay. Now over here we need to put a list or a list of maps, and you will get this from the link below in the video description. Go ahead and copy it and put it here. So once you do that, once you copy it, you'll get this kind of information. Okay, let me explain to you what's happening. So in Flutter uses Dart to compile and build widgets. Okay, so every widget you see, inside of them is just a Dart code. In Dart code, this is called a map. This is called a map. This is a map. Now, maps are more like JSON if you're coming from JavaScript or PHP background or anything like that. So this is also a kind of JSON, but they call it map. Now, map has two kind of properties. One is called key, another is called value. So this is key, this is value. Here, this is key, this is value. So each map has a key value pair. Okay, all right. So now we have few maps here, and the maps are inside this list. So you call it a list of maps, okay, or simply a list. Now this is a map, right? And this map actually stands for this keyword, or this keyword stands for this. So in Dart or Flutter, if you write map, you have to mention the map keyword. Now map has property, I said, like key value pair. So this is key, this is value. This is key and this is value. Now if you see, all the keys are strings, but some of the values are strings, some of the values are integer. Some of the values could be even doubled, okay? So it might have different information. In our case, our values, they consist of string and integer, but the keys are same. Now, inside a map, when you write map, so it takes a type. So first type refers to the keys type. In our case, all these keys are strings, so we write here string. But the values are different, or it could be anything. It could be dynamic, so that's why we write here dynamic. But if you're sure all of your values are string, then you can write here string, okay? All right, so that's how we created this map sublist. So inside map, you have to mention the type. So what type of map is it? Okay, now for list itself become, so this list has a map inside. Inside list, actually you can have anything, but in our case we are putting map inside this list. Okay, all right, now once again I also said that list in Dart has special sign like this bracket and this bracket. Okay, so we instantiate or we create a list and we name it hotel list. Okay, so you get the idea. But anyway, regarding this list and map, I have created complete video, so you can take a look at them from the link below. And if you have any questions, you can leave a comment. Anyway, so with this, now this information would read dynamically. Okay, now of course over here you see there is an image property here. Now this image property has a value that is 1.png. Now actually this comes from here, like you see 1.png, 2.png, like that. Okay, so it has 1.png, 2.png, 3.png. Actually they refers to the image names, nothing but than that. Okay, anyway, so hopefully it makes sense. Now as we have this global variable name is hotel list, we can access it from anywhere. Okay, all right, so first thing we want to come to our home screen over here. Actually now instead of doing like this, we want to do it a bit differently. Okay, all right, so how to do that? Well, first we need to make a change over here. So we want to access this hotel list over here and pass them to the hotel screen. Now we need to read this variable information. This variable has 3 pieces of information, or 3 maps. So we need to read them more like in a loop. Okay, and once we do that, each of the information will send to hotel screen, and it will send from here. So we will read them in a loop and then send each of the information, each of the map, to this hotel screen. Okay, now how to do that? Well, first this hotel screen need to be able to catch or grab whatever the information I want to send. But not just now I said that I want to send each of them at a time, at one time. Okay, so each time I'll send one map. So here actually I have 3 maps, right? So each time I'll send one map. So in this case, hotel screen should be able to receive it. Okay, so it will receive it in the constructor. So over here I will do map, and the map itself will have string and dynamic type for key and value, and here we'll call it hotel. Okay, all right, now over here it wants you to make a change over here. So as you're passing, you need to grab it. Okay, grab it in this constructor itself. And let's see what else. So we need to, okay, we can make it actually final over here. Okay, now the arrow should be gone. Okay,
So we'll pass one hotel information, or one information, this one hotel information to this HotelScreen from here. Okay, so now of course we have an error over here, we need to change that. Okay, so we are passing that in the constructor, which means we have to pass inside this brackets over here. So anything you pass inside of brackets for a class, that goes to the constructor. Okay, and as well as it gets connected with the whole class, so you can use it later, this value. Okay, now each of the hotel variable will have this information, so we can access them using this hotel word or keyword or the variable. Okay, now over here we'll first delete this. Actually we can delete, I think, all of it. Okay, we'll delete this one. Now we'll access this hotel list. So here we'll do hotel list. Okay, this one. Now hotel list has map. Okay, so we do map. Okay, all right. Now each of the variable, each of the item will access them in hotel word or hotel keyword or anything. It could be anything actually over here. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. So hotel is a list. So hotel is a hotel has map. So we are accessing the map and we name it as a hotel. Now this hotel we need to pass to this screen. Okay, so how do I do that? So here I'll have HotelScreen. Okay, and then you just pass it like this. Okay, and of course you need to convert it to list. Okay, now this word, it could be anything. Okay, so here we can call it single hotel. Okay, now single hotel actually should be same as this one. Okay, okay, so now the error is gone. Now what is this? Now this has to same as this name. Okay, this is called named parameter or named constructor parameter. Okay, so this one has to be same as this one. Now, and this one has to be the same as this one. So what's happening here? We take this hotel list over here and we take the maps inside it. As I said earlier, it has a map. Okay, and we name it a temporary name as a single hotel, and we pass it to this variable or named parameter. Okay, all right, I think we don't need this. Yeah, okay, let's see what's happening though. Okay, we're good. This is the row. What error we have? Expected to find. Okay, yeah, so actually we should have one more over here and the error should be gone. That's for row. So that's how it's working. Okay, so row, you know that row takes children, so this is children, so that's also more like row has a for loop, so the loop is happening over here. Anyway, so now we'll run our app and we'll make sure that we don't have any errors. So this is the first thing we want to do. Yes, so we don't have any error over here. Now, are we passing the information? Are we able to get it over here? We can confirm it. Actually, we can print it over here. Now, this one here runs it 3 times. So from this hotel list, because we have 3 maps, so it is ran 3 times. Okay. Now each time it will point to one of this. So first time it will point to this, second time it will point to this, and third time it will point to this. Okay, so we can try to print the information. So here we'd just simply say print. We'd say hotel price is, now we'll do this one because previously we said that inside a string, if you want to print value, you need to have this. Okay, now here we'll have hotel, and then we just simply print the price. Okay, now we do have a price tag over here. So first we will see it prints 25, then 40, then 6. as you see, 25, 40, 68. Now it may run a few times. Now that depends on its compile time and run time. So, but it has nothing to do with us. We can skip that part. Now we can skip this part. So it makes sense, right? As well as we can also print a lot of information. Okay, so now we know that first time it refers to the first hotel, and second time it refers to the second hotel. So up to now, this information, they were, including this image, they are all fixed. So now we can change them. So as we see, if you want to change, you have to change it like this. Okay, you have to take this part. All right, and we'll put it here. Now, because we have single quotes here, I think we need single quotes here as well, and the error should be fixed. Or let's, oops. Now we have this error because here I have this const, but now this is not a constant, it's dynamic, so we need to remove it. Okay, and of course I need this one as well. Okay, all right, great. So that part is working, and if you run it now, you will see that it should run 3 times, but okay, it did say that we don't have image, but of course I need to replace this with image name, right? Not price name. Yes, so now we are pretty dynamic, as you see over here. Now we do have a bit of problem with the last one 3.png. so do we have 3.png? Yes, we do have. And what else was the error here? Okay, unable to load. So in that case, I would stop the app and rerun it. Okay, so now we see that it's here. Okay, so a lot of time, if the images are not readable after putting in the folders, then you can stop the app and rerun it, and then you should be good to go. Okay, great. So this part is working. Wonderful. Okay, so now with this we're pretty much done, but of course we need to make these changes over here. So next one we do like this one. So it should be, let's see, okay, we don't need this one. We do hotel and a place, because okay, where is my map? Map is here, right? Okay, so we have place, destination, and price. So that's how we change them. So we'd come here, now we do destination. Just to copy this, put it here, and instead of place, we do destination. And over here, the idea is same. Alright, now there is a bit of problem because here we'll have this $sign, okay? We don't have $sign here, but we need to put a $sign here, okay? So for this reason, we need to cut this one and first put it inside this single quote, then this one. And this one is showing for $sign, so if you have slash, then you can show the $sign, okay? And then we'll have this one like this. Okay, now this part is for showing the variable value itself. Okay, all right. And then we'll have, say, night like this. So let's go ahead and check. Yes, open space per night, global wall per night, tallest building per night. Okay, now it does look like I don't want place, I want price actually. Okay, great. Oh yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? So it's already working. So this is what we expected to work with. Okay, great. So with this, we're done with our home page. Okay, so now this, well, now time to take care of this thing, because this is also pretty much fixed. Okay, so we want to make it dynamic like this. We want to read them, whatever information we have, right? Okay, great. To be able to do that, you once again have to copy one of the information from the website. Go ahead and copy it, information from the website, and paste it here. Now the information that you should copy, that's called ticket list. Okay, now this also has map. Okay, all right, this is map. So but here we do have a little bit complexity, like it is a map inside map. Okay, all right, so just a map inside map, and we'll see how to access a map inside map. But once again, this is a list of map, and inside map we have small maps. Okay, all right, so that's the first thing we have done, and you can edit them as you want. And once you have backend, if you read from backend, it will be also like in a format like this. Okay, now anyway, we'll come to our home screen over here. So this is the place that we want to change. Okay, all right, so before we change, we need to make a change in the ticket view itself. So just like HotelScreen or hotel view, here we also need to do this one. Okay, say map string dynamic. Okay, and here we would call it ticket. Okay, and we need to make it final, as well as we need to grab it in the constructor. So here we do require this dot ticket. Now we are good. And with this, we need to make a change over here. Instead of doing like this, we need to read a ticket list, just like we read for HotelScreen. Okay, that was hotel list, and then we'll convert it to map, and here we'll call it single ticket. Okay, single ticket, and here we need to call TicketView, and all we need to do, pass a ticket here. So we'll pass our single ticket to it. Okay, and then eventually we need to convert it to list. Okay, because why? Row takes a list of children, row doesn't take map. So that's why you need to convert it to list, as this part is map. From map you convert it to list. Okay, all right. So okay, this section is good, but if we go ahead and run it, we'll see no change, because we need to change these things here. Okay, so we'll close others, we don't need them now. Layout and app style, so we'll keep this one. Okay, so the first thing we want to come over here and change this one. Okay, all right. Now for this one, so this is like say from, this is a to. Okay, from to, so this is more like, this is where you start and this is the destination. So that's what we have, from New York and to London. So we also have code and also the name. Okay, now code is NCY, code is LDN. So first we need to access from, and then we'll access code, and then we'll access name. So now to be able to do that, we'll come over here. So at the top we have this ticket instance, and from this we'll first select from, and then we'll select code. Okay, so you see how we are doing that? From, then we access code. Okay, all right. Now if we going to go and run it now, it should work. Okay, now as you see, well, it didn't look like it didn't change, but it did if you come to the second one, like DH. Okay, but of course we also need to change this information as well here. So the first one is like New York, all right, the second one is DH. So this is the second ticket, right? Okay, great. So we'll come over here and continue. So right now, after this, what else we want to change? We want to change this one. Okay, all right. So for this one to be able to change, we can just simply copy this one, and
we're going to put it here, but this time it will be 2, okay, which means destination, and here we'll see it changes, Dhaka, Shanghai. All right, okay. Now this section we also need to change. Now once again, we copied earlier, we'll just replace, and here it is the name, okay, and here this is also name. Alright, so first ticket doesn't have any change, but the second one we have. So yeah, but this time it is a 2, okay? So it's changed. Alright. Okay, so with this we'll be also able to change this one. So we're here, we'll have this one, but we don't need this. So this refers to this time, which is the flying time. So here we would do flying time. And once again, flying time is coming from here. Okay, we have date, departure time, and number. Okay, all right, great. And let's go down. We'll make the changes for related other fields. So this one, so this is date, right? So we'll replace this with date. But this is, we are not going to change it because this is the title, okay? Subtitle. Okay, now this one, once again, we need to change. So we do departure time. What else we can change? We need to change this one here. So here is, this is the ticket number. But this is over here as an integer, but here it has to be a string, so we'll convert it to string. Okay, right, now let's change it. Yes, once again, first one doesn't have any changes, the second one does. Okay, all right, so this information changed, this one changed, yeah, which it didn't change because we use the same information. We can use 10th May. Okay, all right, now let's load it and we'll see that it became 10th May. So with this, we're done with the front page. Okay, well, now what are you going to do? We are going to go ahead and take care of this fixed properties. We want to make them a little bit dynamic, not hard-coded. Because with smaller screens, they should be a little small. With bigger screens, they should be a little bigger. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Alright, to be able to do that, we need to come to our file over here, pubspec file, and over here we'll install a package which is called getx. So over here we do get, and we'll use the latest version of it. Okay, the get package has packages for routing, as well as for transition, as well as for screen height and width and dynamic size and middleware, a lot of things. Okay, now with this we'll get over here, it's been installed, and the first thing we want to come to this layout file. Okay, now previously we have sent this on the context. Okay, but if we are going to use getx, we don't need to send context. Okay, we can just get it from the package directly. So import get. So over here, first we want to get the screen height. So we do static get screen height. Okay, all right. Now with this, it will just return us a screen height. Here we do get dot height. Okay. Yeah, and we also want to get screen width. So here we do screen width. So here we'll have width. So you see, you don't need to pass context for working with size for getx. Okay, all right. So we have this one, but you see a lot of time we have this gaps. Okay, so as I said earlier, including your ticket view. If you take a look at the top, you'll see that we have hard-coded value for ticket height. Okay, so we want to change all of these things, so we'll do that using getX. Okay, so we'll create a function where we can get that height dynamically, automatically. Okay, right, so here so first I will do here a new function is get height. It'll get me any kind of height, but we need to pass what kind of height we want. So we'll pass it as integer and we'll name it pixels. Okay, and here we'll do no, I think we should do it using this double actually. Double. Now here we'll do double x, and now first we'll get screen height. So this is the function we get, and then we divide it by pixels. Okay, then we'll return okay, return. Okay, so it'll get me, say if I want to pass 200, say I want to get around 200, but that 200 should be a little more for bigger screen and a little less for smaller screen, so we have to pass that number. So we want to pass 200, so it will get first screen proportion. Okay, so this gets me the screen proportion. Okay, all right, and then if we get the proportion, we can divide the screen height by the proportion, so we'll get a number for that certain screen for that certain device. Okay, so this is a simple calculation. So for example, if your screen height is 844, then you want to get something around 200, so it will return maybe over here, but with a smaller screen. So if you have say 7fold for smaller screen device, then this would be a little smaller. So a little smaller, so 200 by say 744, so we get a smaller result. Okay, now screen height by smaller result also means smaller screen. Okay, but the approach is with this you don't really get hard-coded 200 like as we saw over here. It would vary a little bit based on the screen size. With this we can get rid of overflow issue, things like that. Okay, all right. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do here app layout dot get height, and here we'll just pass 200. Okay, yeah, that's how it works. That's as simple as that one. Okay, yeah, and for width we can do the same. So here we do width, and I'll copy this one, I'll put it here and here. Okay, all right, so width would be done. All right, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this one over here as well. So now this is a margin on the right, so I'll use height. Okay, so I'll copy this one and I will put it here, and inside of 200, so I'll use 16. Okay, all right, now let's see what's happening. Okay, so we can't use const anymore. Okay, all right, so if you use this kind of equation, because it deals with equations. Okay, now we should be changing everywhere. Okay, so wherever these numbers are, so we're going to change them. Okay, and once again we can't do const over here, so here the same, and remove the const, so you get the idea. Let me change a few more, then I'll skip that one. Like even this one we can change, so this 24, so we'll just pass here 24. Okay, now for height we'll use the height section, for width we'll use the get width section. Okay, this is the only difference. Everything else should stay the same like this one. So this is width, right? So instead of get height, here we'll use width. So for horizontal direction we'll use width, for vertical direction we will use height. Okay, so I'll copy this one and put it here. Where else? Even here we can change this one, but this time this is app layouts dot get height. Okay, so we'll pass 20. Okay, we need to remove const. So here's the same app layout get width, so we'll do 10. So even this, all of this could be changed, okay, which you should, okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause the video and change all of them, and you should do the same as well. Before that, we will run it and make sure that everything went fine. See, there is no visual change at all because it already calculated everything for us. Okay, all right. I think I want to do one more thing with you guys, so that is change the hotel screen width and height. Okay, especially this section right here. So here I do app layout dot get height. So here I would pass 350. Okay, all right. It doesn't have any change, you see, even if you run, because it's now. If you want, you can though change pass a smaller one. Okay, and you see it becomes smaller, so you can directly control from here. Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead with this. All right. Okay, great. And other changes, I think we should, I would pause the video and do by myself, and you should do on your own as well.
My contributions so far. Please buy me a coffee and show your love. Thank you. Alright, right after this we'll go ahead and build a new screen, and we'll call it SearchScreen. Okay, so here we'll create a new screen, and we'll call it SearchScreen. So anyway, our search screen would look like this. So once again, this would be scrollable, but this is just up and down, not left and right. Okay, so which also means that we can just simply put it inside a list view, and that's what we're going to do. So here anyway, we'll collapse this, and TicketView we don't need, home screen we don't need this one. Home screen we also don't need, I guess. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, so here first anyway, we'll create a stateless class, and we'll call it SearchScreen. Okay, and here we don't want to use container, we want to use a scaffold, because we will have a background color for the whole page. Okay, and over here we'll also use const so far. Let's see how it goes. And first thing, I want to get a background color, so we do background color, and styles dot, we need to import it. The BG color. Okay, all right. And okay, if we do that, we can't use const because BG color is not a const. Now here we'll have body, and inside body we'll have list view, and then we'll have children. Okay, all right. Now if we take a look, so the first, definitely we need this big long text. Okay, all right. And right before that, actually we need to have a distance, so we do const gap 40. Okay, right, now we need to import it. All right, but here, because we have used screen height, so here we could do like this: app layouts, okay, that get height, and then 40. Okay, we're good to go. But of course, in this case, we can't use const anymore because it's not a constant. All right. And then we'll have our text widget. So what are you going to do? We are going to wrap this one. What are you looking for? So here first we'll have this one. What are, now right after R we want to make a new line. So we'll have this new line sign. Okay, all right. What are you looking for? Okay, yeah, that's it. And then we need to do a bit of styling with this, so we do style,
styles dot headline 1. We'll go ahead with this one. Okay, and then we also want to set a font size for this one. So this font size is a little big, so we want to override the old one. Like here it does have a font size which is 26, but we want to override that. That's why we do copy width. Now here we do font size, say 35, okay, like that. Now let's save it, but of course after saving we are not going to see any difference because we need to come to our bottom bar over here. Now instead of search we are going to call it instead of using the text we can use just search screen. Okay, all right, and we can put const right before that. Okay, now if you see, come over here, so if we are going to restart it, okay, now this is what we see. Beautiful, so it's already showed up. And okay, anyway, so this is the list view. Now this list view, actually we want to give it padding and left padding and right padding. Okay, now for this reason here we do padding, and here we do edge instance.only, and we do left or horizontal. Actually horizontal is better, so in that case we need to use symmetric horizontal over here. We would do, now that is vertically, which means width. Anyway, so here we do app layout dot get width, so we want to get around like 20 pixels. Okay, all right, and for vertical we'll also use app layout dot get height, so that's also 20. Okay, all right, so you see it's already looked a little better left and right. Okay, so we have this space. Great. Now what if we want to get a dynamic size for this for this font size? So just take a look which one works over here. So instead of 20 we're going to use 35, and let's see, does it have an impact? No. All right, whether it becomes smaller or not, we don't know. And I mean it didn't actually. And if we do get width, let's see how it looks. So let's start it again. So it doesn't matter which one because the proportion is always correct. All right, it gets you the correct proportion. All right, so yeah, so that works as well. Okay, they're right. So that's the first part, and second part is drawing this. Okay, now before we are going to do that, we need to do a gap. Okay, so here we do a gap, but this time we just do 20. Okay, and right after this we want to draw like this. Okay, now if you're going to draw like this, you see that it is bordered, right? So we need to do it inside a container. So here we do container. Okay, now container definitely will have border radius, so we want to use decoration and box decoration. Okay, now here we'll do border radius, border radius dot circular. Okay, now here we want to use a bit of long border, so let's do it with 50. Okay, get height. Okay, so the border will be really big. Okay, but once again, because nothing is there yet, so we don't see, but soon we'll see that. So give it a color actually. So here right after this, so we could use a color. So here const we do color ff for f, actually for f6fd. Go ahead with this color. Okay, cool. Save it. Okay, no change yet because we don't have any content, but once we put the content, we'll have change. For example, here you can do child. Now here you can write hi. Okay, now as you see, we do have color and border radius. So that's how it works. All right, but anyway, so if we take a look, so we have these two items, right? So we need to put them in a row. So you're going to put them in a row. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this, and here we'll do row. So we'll have children. Now inside this we'll have again container, because you do see that they have different color as well. So you need a different container to do that. So here we'll have a container, and now at the top, actually we could do one thing. We do final size app layouts dot get size. Okay, now if we have this container, then we can do width here, and then in that case we do size dot width, and then we'll take 44% of it. Okay, yeah, and that's it. And then after that, we need once again decoration for this, because we'll have color inside of it, and this color is colors.white. Let's remove that. Okay, cool. And everything else stays the same, and here all I need to do, put a child inside it. So here we'll do child, and here we'll have text, and then here we'll say airline tickets. So let's save it and see. Yeah, it's already came out, so which is looking much better. Now here we could apply a bit of padding, so go ahead and do padding, and here we do edge insets, symmetric, and we do vertical padding. Okay, vertical. Now here we do app layout dot get height and say 7 pixels. Okay, yes, so it is looking good. And now the text itself, we can actually center in it. So here we do command option, command enter. Well, if it's not working, then I'll just cut it and then do it inside this center widget, so it becomes child. So here it looks like this. Okay, yeah, so it's much better now. All right, so we need to do more. First, we need to take care of this border, like here. You know, this has to be a straight line, not a curved line. So how to do that? Okay, now to be able to do that, we need to come inside this container over here, and we see that over here we have applied circular. Okay, now we can't apply circular over here. I think we should apply something called horizontal. Okay, or let's explore the options. So yes, we do have horizontal. Okay. All right, now if we are going to apply horizontal, then we need to take this one, and over here we need to say on the right. Okay, so we would say right. Okay, now here we need to do radius dot circular, like this one, and inside this we put what we had earlier. Okay, now it works. Okay, so part of this container, what is happening here on the left side, it is keeping circular, and on the right side it's keeping horizontal. I mean, you have to do the opposite actually. So this is a horizontal, and what's happening here, once again, on the left it is keeping circular. Okay, all right, but on the right it's keeping nothing actually, so which is like more like zero border. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, okay, that part of the puzzle has been done. And another problem, you'd see that here we do have a little bit different kind of border, which is the background. Okay, so we need to do that one. For this reason, here we can apply, okay, so let's see. Okay, now inside this container actually, not this one, this is good. Now here we need to apply padding. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. And here we do const edge insets, and we do all actually, and say 3.5. All right, okay, now let's take a look. Yeah, so you see that here at the edges now we have a different color. Perfect. Okay, great. Okay, so that's part of the puzzle has been solved. Okay, now if you're going to take a look, we need hotels like this. So for this reason, what I'm going to do, we're going to copy this section, copy this container. Okay, let's make a note over here, because otherwise it will be too much. Here it's a airline tickets. Okay, all right, and now we're going to copy this one, and we'll put it over here as okay, hotels. And here we'll put this one, but of course there are a few problems here. Okay, so first thing, we need to change it to hotel, okay, or hotels. Okay, but we still have this overflow issues. Now to be able to solve this one, we want to squeeze everything inside the row. Now it is taking some unnecessary space that we want to take as small as possible. So for this reason, actually we can wrap this inside another widget, which is called fitted box. So I'll cut this one here, I'll do fitted box. Perfect. And now here inside this I'll have a child and put it like this. And now if we're going to say it, yeah, that's gone. Okay. Now definitely we need to take care of this border, because it's applying the same border as over here. So it's horizontal, but this time we want to make it on the right. Okay, on the right we want to have circular. Okay, all right, let's do it. Yes, great. Now this color, we don't want the same color over here, because this is strange. So we could do gray shade, say 200, and now let's see. Okay, so yeah, that's how it should work. And if it's 500, nope. Well, instead of applying any kind of color, we can just use whatever in the background. So we could do transparent. So yeah, now it's more look like to the background. Perfect. So we already have a very good looking UI over here, right? Okay, beautiful. Next step should be doing this one. Okay, this boxes over here. Inside this we'll have a icon and a text like that. Okay, now to be able to do this design over here, first we'll collapse this, because we do have too many things over here. We don't need to keep them like this. Okay, fitted box. Okay, great. Right after this, first we'll create a container, and if you take a look, that we have border, right? So whenever you see border, pretty much you should apply using a container, okay? Because it does have box decoration. Okay, anyway, so first we'll have child, and inside this we'll have a row. Okay, now we'll have this list of children. So what are the children inside? So this icon and the text. Okay, so what are you going to do? Here we are going to first create an icon. So we do icon, okay, const icon, and here we do icons dot flight takeoff round. Let's see, flight GHT take, let's see, take off rounded, this one. So this is the flying, okay, all right. And here we do color. So now for this color we do color, okay, OX FFBFC2 C2D5. Okay, so this is the color we want. And what else? We also need text. So here we do text, and for now we'll call it departure, and here we'll have style and styles dot text style. Okay, so this is the one that we are going to use. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, yes, now definitely this is the gap issue that we need to take care. So here we do const gap. Now here this would be a height, so here we do app layout dot get height, and here we want to pass say 25. Okay, so we can't use const because that is a function. Okay, all right, perfect. Now these two are very close to each other, so we also need to change that. And here we would do say we'll get this one and we'll do this. Okay, all right, but instead of 20 we would 25 we would do 10, but we have to do width because this is horizontal. Okay, all right, okay, better. And what else? So we also need this background color, right? So for this reason we need to use decoration over here. Okay, so we do box decoration and border radius dot circular. Now we want to apply 10, so just to go ahead and simply do app layout dot get width, and over here we pass 10 to it. Okay, all right. But of course we don't have any color yet, so we don't see the border radius. Now for this container we can apply color like white color. Okay, colors.white, because we want to be same as this color. Okay, now it's looking better. And if you use borders say 5, okay, so the 50, oh sorry, that's 50 and this is 5. Okay, so we do have different kind of borders over here, but now we are applying 10. It doesn't look great yet, but soon it will look great. Okay, now here we are going to do padding. Okay, and we're not going to do const here because we are applying dynamic layout, so symmetric. Okay, now here vertical. For this one I'm going to copy this and put it here, and I'm going to use 12 padding for vertical, so up and down. Okay, and at the same time horizontal, I'll put it here, and the horizontal is also 12, so it should be left and right, so it's already looking better. Okay, now with this actually we can make a reusable widget. So we're going to cut this one. Okay, and we're gonna come over here, and inside our widgets here we'll do file, and we'll just simply call it icon text widget. Okay, and dart. And here we'll create stateless class, and we would say AppIconText. Okay, now we'll replace this container, the one we cut just now, and we simply have to import the library. Okay, all right, and we also have to do colors and app layout. We need to import all of them. And let's see over here. Now it's not recognizing. Oh, it did. It was a bit slow. Perfect. But now since we want this section and this one to be dynamic, so we need to grab them in the constructors. So here we do final and icon data icon. Okay, that's one. as well as final text. Okay, so that would be string type. Okay, now here we need to grab them as required because we must need them. So required this dot icon and required this dot text. Okay, great. So that's what we have. So all we need to do, pass the icon and text. And if we do that, we can just replace them here. So you could do text. So whatever would be sent would be given over here, and as well as the icon. Okay. So here we just simply pass our icon, and it looks like we do have an issue. So we can't have const here. Okay. So whenever you have dynamic parameters of variables, you can't have const. Okay. All right. But here we can have const. Okay, great. So now we are over here. So we'll just simply call app text icon. So first icon we want to send is icons dot flight takeoff. Okay, this one, and this one is departure. Okay, and we'll see that it still works. Okay, yeah. Most of we need const before it. Okay, great. And we're gonna just copy this one and put it right below it. This time we'll say arrival, and if you do see, yes, but we need to change flight landing rounded. So let's change it. So this is the opposite, and right over here we need to apply a bit of margin. So here, sorry, height, and we'll do 15. Okay, now which looks much better. Great. So next we are going to do this one. So find tickets. All right. Now this is something that not reusable. So we can just simply go ahead and copy this one from here, and pretty much would be we can make it reusable. Okay, I mean, copy this and put it over here, and I will select this and I will reorganize the code. Okay, great. But in this case we don't need this. We just stuck with this one, and here we can call it let's see what we have, find the tickets. Okay, so here we'll just call it find tickets. Okay, great. What else? Okay, great. And now we do need a background color. So here I'm going to apply a different background color. So this one, color, okay, this. All right. Okay, great. And the ticket itself, here we can do copy with colors.white, and we can also do font size for 26. This is pretty big. We did have, and what you could actually do, you can take this, and we don't need this actually, so because we just have only one item, and now you're going to wrap it around center widget to put it in the center. Yes, great. And at the same time, this time instead of having this width like this, so we'd go ahead with 18. Okay, but we don't have much change, and left and right 18 as well. Okay, all right. So for that one we don't have much change, so we are good. All right, great. And now the spacing, let's see, we're going to copy this one and put it right after it. Okay, great. But actually I think this one should be a little bigger. Okay, great. And over here, let's do 20. Okay, yeah, great. So yes, it's pretty much like that, but I think yes, we should have to go back to like at least for vertical, that is 18. Okay, great. Yeah, and so the next part is doing this section, but okay, first we'll do upcoming flights. Now we remember we have done this before, so we're gonna go ahead and copy that section. Okay, all right. So that was in home screen over here. All right. So yeah, this is the part where it says upcoming flights and view all. Now we also want to be able to reuse them. Okay. So let's go ahead and create a widget. Okay. So here we do have widget. So we'll just call it view all. Okay, now here we do stateless. Okay, now we would call it app double text widget. Okay, now from here we are going to copy this section and we are going to come over here and put it. Okay, all right, now definitely we need to import some libraries. Okay, great, and inkwell as well. And the styles. Okay, great. Now, once again, just like the earlier one, we need some parameters like this one, right? So we need to grab them. So here we're going to do final, so big text, a string big text, final string small text. Okay, and we are going to do this required this dot big text required this dot small text. Right, and so we're gonna just change them over here, and big text small text. Okay, small text, great. And what else? So over here we're gonna just call this, okay, big text and small text. App big double text widget. Okay, now here big text is upcoming flights. Okay, small text is view all. View all. Okay, let's see. Its view is capital letter. Flight F is capital letter. Okay, great. Now, if we were to come over here, yes, we see that it didn't change. Whatever it was there, right? Okay, great. Now, of course, soon we'll be using for this one, and then we'll come and check it. Okay, so this way your code becomes more organized actually and easy to maintain. Now, I'm going to copy this section, and for hotels, we're going to also change. So yeah, everything else should stay the same. Okay, now here for hotel itself, we are going to remove this first and put it. Okay, put it right here, and we'll see that not much change. Only we need to change this one, hotels. Great. With this, we have a reusable section, right? Wonderful. So we can remove this home screen. We can also remove this one for now. This one for now. Now on the search screen, right over here. So right below it, we'll put it this one, and yeah, great. So all I need to do, put a bit of spacing over here. Okay. So I'm going to copy this one and put it right below it, and instead of 25 we do 40. So next we are left with these two sections over here. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and do this section. And if we take a closer look, definitely the first thing we see that this part has to be a row. Inside a row, we'll have first child, okay? And then we'll have a column, okay? Now, our first child would be a container. Why? Because we see that we have border, right? We have different borders, rounded borders, so it has to be a container. Now, inside the container, we'll have columns. So column will have first child, this one, and text, okay? So that's how we are going to do that. Once again, so the basic idea is the big layout should be a row, and then first child, second child. And now first child will have container inside will have column will have image and text. The second one will be a column as well, and then we'll inside column will have more complex layout for this one because we have this, as you can see. Okay, all right. So first go ahead and do the first section. So for this one, first I would come over here, and then I would do a row, and then children as well. Now we'll have a container, as I said earlier. Container. Okay. All right. Now inside this container, what are you going to have first? Well, we need a border and a color, right? So, and as well as an image. So, okay, I think we can start doing the image first. Okay. All right. So for this reason, I'll do a child over here, and then we'll see column. Then we'll do children. Okay. Now the first one is image inside it. So that image has a border. Okay. So here we do once again a container, okay, and because we'll have box decoration and image like that, okay. Now here we'll have height, and we'll use app layout dot get height, and we'll pass 190 for this. Okay, great. And then we'll do decoration and box decoration, and here image. Decoration image and image asset image. Okay, so here we do assets images set.jpg. Okay, so that's what we should have. And if we take a look, and I'll say it's not taking effect. Okay, so we might have to wait a bit of time. And at the same time, make sure that we do have the image. Yes, we do have this set image. Okay, so that's what we are going to show. Okay, the reason is this one. We also need to set height for this actually, which we didn't. So we'll copy this one, put it right here, and we want a little bigger height for this because it will have text as well. And we also need width for this. So this container, because this is the parent container, so it needs a lot of other things. So here we do size.width. We need to use border radius, so that's what we're going to do. Border radius dot circular, and app layout dot get height, and we'll pass 12 for it. And we see we already have a border. Okay, now what about the background color, like this white background, right? So we need to do that as well. Now for that section, we need to come over here and apply decoration to it. Okay, so we take this one and we do box decoration, and then colors dot white. I think we could do white. Okay, great, but this looks ugly. We also need to apply border to it, so we'd use the same border as the child, or the child will have same border as the parent, so that it looks better. Yes, and we could do a padding over here, so we do padding, and edges only, edges I think symmetric, horizontal, app layout dot get height, so we do 15, and app layout and other should be vertical dot get width 15. Okay, yeah, it's already looking the same as the parent, and which is really great. Now let's change this border radius. I think we can have a little bigger border radius, not 12, so we do 20. Yes, now it looks more similar. And let's try to apply a box shadow to it. So do box shadow. Okay, and colors dot gray dot shade 200. With this, we might have a little bit of 3D filling, blur radius 1 and spread radius 1. Okay, now it did take effect. If you don't know for sure, you can always apply red one and check. Okay, it does have, but most probably because it's in simulator a little far from you, so the visual effect is not very obvious. So that's what I'm trying to say. And over here we need to keep a bit of distance, so we'll do this gap over here, and we'll put it here, and we'll use it as 15. Not too big. Okay, great. Now we need to apply the text to it, and the text should be inside this container. Also, we need a const modifier. Okay, great. So right after it, we'll have our text. So we'll do text. Here it said 20% discount on the early booking of this flight. Don't miss out this chance. Okay, or you could write it pretty much anything, and we are good with that. And here we do style, and styles dot we do have line 2, and then copy with the color. If you first do have line 2, and let's take the result. Okay, now it does seem to have create an overflow. Now in that case, either you limit the text, okay, or we have to do dot lines. So, but this is not clickable, so this section would not be clickable. So just let's remove part of it, don't miss out. And you see, okay, great. Because since it's not clickable, so yeah, you have to keep it like this. And as well as we are going to have a const gap over here. We do app layout, then get height, and let's use 12 pixels. Okay, great. Now this is looking great, better. So now with this, we're done with the first part, and now we'll go ahead and do this one. All right, great. So now we'll go ahead with the next section, and for this reason, we're going to collapse this one, and right after it, we'll have a column layout. Okay, so let's do it, children. All right, now let's take a look. So definitely we need a container for this, as you can see. As always, we know it, and inside container we'll have a column layout for this and this. Okay, that's what we're going to do. So first we'll have a container, and we'll give it a width and size, so width and height actually. So width and size dot width, let's do 0.44%, okay, and height is app layout dot get height 144. All right, and we'll have okay, let's go ahead and do a decoration, box decoration. Okay, now here we do color, so we do color OXFF3A B8. I think we need capital B.
Okay, great. And right after that, we'll have border radius dot circular app layout dot get height, and we're going to use 18 for that. Okay, so here we go, and it showed up already. Great. And I think this is a little too small. We want a little bit bigger. Okay, great. Now we do want to have say padding for this. Okay, let's go ahead and do a bit of padding, or maybe we can do the padding actually later. We could do the padding later actually once we put the text. So now we want to put the text inside this, so and we need to put a child first, right? So the child would be right over here, and definitely this would be column format. Okay, all right. Now the first one is text. So here we would say discount for survey. Okay, all right. Now here we do styles dot headline 2 dot copy width. We need a different color, and we do font weight first. Let's see, font weight this time. Okay, we'll do it bold. Font weight dot bold, and what else? Okay, color, right? If you don't apply color, you will see that it's like that. So we need color, right? So colors.white. Okay, great. Yeah, it's already looking great. And what else? Now we could apply padding to it. Let's go ahead and do that. Padding. Now we do padding to symmetric. Dot symmetric. Vertical. We do app layout dot get height. Here we do 15. Horizontal app layout dot get height, horizontal 15. Okay, all right. Okay, now it came down a little bit, and we want it to start from this line over here, and for this reason we want to set it over here like cross-axis alignment. Okay, cross element dot start. Okay, perfect. Now I think we also have a bit of problem over here. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to set a main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, so now there is this automatic space. Okay, so here 20 and here 20 and automatic space. Right. Now we're going to put our next text over here, and for that one first we do gap, then app layout dot get height, and then we do 10 inside this. Okay, now for the text itself, maybe we can just copy this and put it right here. Okay, now we need to change the text over here. We can't use this. We did take the survey about our services and get discount. Okay, all right, so that's the first part, and this time we want a little bit different kind of font, so we do 500. Font size, I think we also need to change font size. So do font size 18, different kind of font size, and color. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, and that's what we see over here right now. So we do have a bit of problem. So in this case, maybe we need to increase this a little bit. Okay, if it didn't work like this, okay, we'd go on. Okay, let's go ahead with 200, 210. Okay, great. All right, or 200. That should set perfectly. Okay, Right. So that's what we have, and what else? So let's see. So now we're going to do this one, but first we'll do this in column. So here we'll do decoration first, and then we'll do box decoration, and right after that it's a shape. So we want to draw a circle. As you see, this is going to be a circle. So we can apply the shape property, which is box shape dot circle. Okay, it's still not visible because we don't have any color and any other properties. So do border, yeah. So go ahead and do the border with this, and we do border dot all, and here we do width 18, color. Okay, so let's go ahead and see. Yes, it's there, it's visible, right? Okay, now we do color, let's go, and OX FF 189999. Okay, it does have a bit of different color, as you can see. Now that's the border color, but now we can apply the color to itself. Okay, so let's go ahead and see colors.red. Just go ahead and do red first. This is too small, so we're going to apply a padding to it. Okay, so we do AppInsets.all, and here app layout get height 30. Okay, now it's a little bigger. Okay, all right, now if we do color to it, we do colors.red, and let's see how it looks. Okay, perfect. But in the middle, actually, we want transparent, so we do transparent. Okay, so it's more become like the background color itself. Okay, great. Now we want to put it here at the top, not here, as you can see. So we do have these two widgets ready, but how to put them together? So for this reason, we have to use stack widget. Okay. Now we do have this container over here. This container. Okay, so this container and this container. So we need to put this together inside a stack widget. So I'll just go ahead and copy this. Now here I would do stack. So I cut them, and then here we'll have children. Okay, like this. Now you see they are overlapping. Okay, great. And after that, now I want it to be over here actually. Now I'll cut this on now because I'm inside stack widget, so I can use a position widget. Okay, so now position widget takes a child, so I'm gonna put the child. Okay, but of course it doesn't have any change yet, so I have to define the coordinates. So let's do right coordinates, say -45. So it came to right. Now we'll put it up. Okay, so here we'll do top -40. Perfect. So it looks much better now. This place is not empty anymore. So now we'll go ahead and do this one, and for this one to be able to do, actually we are right inside this column widget. So yeah, right after the stack widget we can continue. So here first we'll have a container, and once again, why container? Because of the border, as you can see. Okay, now here we do width, and width size dot width 0.44. We do height, layout dot height 210, and then we'll have decoration, box decoration, and border radius first. Okay, and as well this time we'll also do symmetric. So add insets dot symmetric. Now vertical, up layouts dot get height, we do 15. Horizontal, up layout get height 15. Okay, well,
well, that should not be here, actually not as inset, that should be border radius, this one. And okay, what I'm going to do, actually, let me change it. Instead of border radius, I'll do padding. Now this padding, actually, I can cut it and move it up, because I have to apply padding sooner or later. Okay, we are done. Now here we do border radius. Border radius, border radius, dot circular, okay, up layouts, get height, okay, we pass 18. Okay, so yes, here we do have some space, as you can see from here. Okay, great, and you see the whole thing moved together at the top. Okay, great, and now we can also set up color, and we do const color FFEC6545. Okay, we do have a different color, as you can see, and all we need to do, put a bit of spacing over here. Okay, so here we do gap. I think just go ahead and get this one and put it here. Okay, great. All right, and what else? Okay, we need to take care of the symmetrical issues over here, but which we'll do very soon. Okay, don't worry. What else? So yeah, now we need to go inside this thing. Now, to be able to go inside this thing, we need to have a column again, as you can see, text and this one. So here we have this, and right after that we'll put child. Okay, now here we do column and children. Okay, so first we do the text here. So text here, we said take love, styles dot headline 2. Okay, so that's what we have, and then copy with the color, because that color is not good, so we're going to apply white color. Colors.white. And here we also need to use font weight, so let's go ahead and do that. Oh, sorry, we need to be inside copy with font weight, dot bold, and yeah, the color took. And make sure the text is in the center, so we could do text align inside this. Or most probably it should be outside. Text align, and over here we do text align. Center. Okay, well with this it will take care we stay in the center. So that's the first part, and then we're going to copy this one, a bit of spacing, and we'll just apply 5 to it. And right after that we'll have rich text. Now rich text is used for applying similar style to different part of the text, or like, okay, we'll go ahead and see actually what it is. Okay, anyway, so what do we see here? Oh yeah, it wants you to use the text argument, and which we have. Now over here we'll have const, and we do text span. Okay, great. Now text span takes children. Now inside it, it takes text span as children. Okay, all right. So we do text. Now we need to have this icon. So here I have these 3 icons with different styles. Okay, now let's go ahead and put it. Now we see it like this. Perfect. So yes, it's working as we expected. Now this would actually, you can get it from a keyboard. Next, we need to take care of this height issues. Now, they do have a different height right now. The reason is, okay, so here we do have 15, okay. Now here, let's take a look at this height. So here 400 and 190. So that adds up to, okay, not, sorry. So over here, the container, it is 200 height, and this container over here has, well, it doesn't have any height though. Initially I'll be talking about this one. Let's say 210, okay. So on this side we have 200, 210, and over here we have 200. So that makes 410, and as well as we have a bit of this gap, which is 425. Now here for this one, so we just have 400. So let's move it to 425 and see what it looks like. Yes, so it's great. Now saying that one, actually you can put more stuff inside it, okay? Yeah. So yeah, that's how it works. So with this, we are pretty much done with these 2 pages. Hey, if you loved my contribution so far, please buy me a coffee, and you can use the PayPal link below, $1 payment. Perfect. So it's already looking great. Next, we'll see how to work on this button. Great. So we are done with this page, and now we'll go over here. And if you come over here, you see that this section and the same as this one, right? So which also means that we can reuse them. So we'll go ahead and create a reusable widget, and we'll call it tabs. Okay. All right. TicketTabs.dart. Okay. Now here we'll create a stateless class, and we'll call it AppTicketTabs. Okay. All right. Now we'll import the necessary packages, libraries. Okay, great. Now in this time we'll come over here, and we'll see which section was responsible for showing this tab. I guess this fitted box, right? Yeah. So we'll first go ahead and copy it, and ticket tabs, instead of returning this container, we're going to return the tab itself. Okay. And we might need to import some of the dependencies. Let's see. Okay, so here, libraries, colors, what else? Okay, only the size one. Okay. All right, so what else? Move child property to end of arguments. Okay, do that. Yeah. The red lines, the yellow lines are gone, and the only thing we need to grab over here is the size. Okay, so we do final size app layout dot get size. Okay, great. Now with this, it became reusable. So first, I'm going to come over here and remove this, and I'm going to call AppTicketTabs, and we'll make sure that it stays the same. Okay, so if you come over, yeah, but of course, because we want to reuse, so we need to pass different arguments to it, and we'll grab them over here as a parameter. So here we'll do first first tab, and it will be string type. Okay. All right, and we'll do string second tab. Okay, great. So over here we're going to do required this dot first tab, required this dot second tab. All right, great. Now here we're just going to replace this one with the first tab. Okay, and here we're going to replace this with second tab. Okay, great. Now we need to come to search screen, and here we would say first tab, Here is airline tickets. The second tab is hotels. Okay, great. Now it might need const, so put a const. Yeah, airline tickets and hotels. Okay, so yeah, tickets. Okay, great. All right, so that means we can just directly go ahead and use it over here. So let's take a look at this layout. Yeah, pretty much like that. Okay, so now we're going to create a new screen and we'll call it ticket screen. Okay, ticket screen.dart. Now over here we'll create stateless class and we'll call it ticket screen. Here we're going to import the libraries, and then definitely we'll do one thing which is called final size app layout dot get size. Okay, all right. Now instead of returning this, we are going to return a scaffold over here. Okay, oops, scaffold. Okay, great. Now if you're gonna take a look at this one, the whole thing, well, this section is okay, and if you take a look, these two sides, they are fixed and they also overlap on the lower level or lower UI. So this has to be a stack widget. Okay, so this is the idea. So right now inside this, first we'll have list view. Okay, all right, for body we'll have list view. Okay, now it will have children. Okay, now inside this actually we'll have stack view. Okay, let me wrap this list view actually using stack view itself. So here we'll do stack, and here we'll have children, and list over here. Right after this I have a list. Okay, great. Now it's the best looking, so work on the layout. Yes, fine. Okay, so everything would be in a stack widget over here. So now the one at the lower level, that will be inside the list widget. Okay, or list view widget, the lower level, and this would be for, this two would be for out of the list view but inside the stack one, because they have to be fixed and overlapping. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, so first we'll do, okay, the one we had already, we would do that one, or whatever. Let's say over the tickets, so this one, we have to have this one first. So here we do text and pass tickets, and then we'll do style for this. Styles, and I think we need to import the library. Okay, great. So here we do head style 1 actually, which is very good. All right, now let's save it. Okay, now we don't see any changes yet, because the reason is I think we need to change it, not in the main, I think our bottom bar. Okay, so here instead of tickets we want to call ticket screen. Okay, I think we need to restart our app to be able to work with this. Well, we do have another one here, so I'm going to close this, terminate, and this is restoring, so I'm going to wait a little bit until it's done. Oh, it did say, okay, all right, so that should be, this is mini, ticket screen. Okay, so where is our ticket screen? Okay, over here. Let me close the other one as well. Okay, it started. All right. Okay, so here we go. This is our ticket. definitely we want to apply padding to it. Okay, all right, so we do padding. Now we do edge insets dot symmetric, vertical, horizontal. So app layout dot get height past 20. Now here we could do vertical app layout dot get height and 20. Okay, so it does have a bit of change, right? But we want to put a text over here, so here we do gap app layout dot get height, and we'll pass 40. And we need to import the library. I can go ahead and do that. Okay, now it looks much better. Great. Right after that, we'll do AppTicketTabs. Okay, so the first one here we want to send is upcoming, and the second one is previous. Coming, and the second one is previous. Okay, great. So that's how you make reusable components. Now here we do gap, and here we do 20. Okay, beautiful. So it saved us a lot of time. So next one over here, actually you want to directly call the ticket view, the one we have created earlier. Okay, so that one. Now how to do that? So here we just simply go ahead and call ticket view. Well, now here we want to pass a ticket view, and which should actually look like white, but first we'll pass this one. Okay, whatever is there, we'll pass that one. Okay, just go ahead and do it first. But of course we need to make some changes, actually a lot of changes too, but this way it will be reusable. Okay, now here we do edge insets dot only. Okay, now say for left side and app layouts and the get height 15. Okay, now here we're going to pass a child, and here we would call ticket view. Okay, now ticket view takes a ticket, if you remember, and then it has a ticket list, right? Ticket list, this one, and we grab the first one and send it there. Okay, all right, yes, it looks like this, so it's already there. And then we need to put a little distance, as you see from the top. Okay, so I think that's around 20 pixels, so I'll get that one and put it right here. Okay, great. Now the problem is, if you see, well, all of it is white, okay, but this is quite colorful, so we need to set up parameters to work with this one. So we need to set up color, so at least 2 colors that we want. One is white, actually 3 colors. So these are all white, and like black one and the gray one. So 3 colors for text that we need to pass. And for background, for now we have this 2 colors, right? But we want to make it dynamic, so for background we have to pass 2 colors, and another color is white. So actually that should be 3 colors, or even we can just pass 2. The default one is white. Okay, that will work as well. And yeah, so it's pretty much about changing the color. Okay, now first thing we could do, so these things could be done actually with only one condition set. So I check the condition, and then based on that we change the color. Okay, so now if you look at these 2 tickets, actually there are a variety of colors that we need to change. Like for text, maybe 3 colors. For background, also 3, like that. So how to deal with this? Well, we can set up one condition, and based on that condition we'll check what we are doing and what color to change. So now we'll go to this TicketView class over here, and now we'll set up a new one, and we'll call it final bool is color. Okay, so would you tell me whether I'm going to change the color or not? Okay, if it's true, change the color. If it's not true, don't change the color. Okay, now here we do this dot is color, so it's not always necessary, so that's why we don't say that. So if it's not passed, the value would be null. Okay, so we'll be checking whether it's null or not. All right, so the first one that we want to change over here is decoration. Well, let's take a look. So we do have a bit of padding over here, that's fine. Okay, and if we come inside this, okay, now over here. So now we do have a bit of color over here. Now if you cut this color and if you do colors.red, let's see, what do we see? Okay, all right, so this is the color that we want to change, so it has to be either white or orange. Okay, all right, so we could set up the condition like this, that if it is null, then we would use whatever the color was there, otherwise we would be using a different color. So for example, here we would use is color. Okay, now is color say null, then you use this color, otherwise you use colors.white. Okay, that's the idea. Now if you come over here in ticket screen, okay, so we are not passing anything, so this value is at the top is null. Okay, because it doesn't have any value, null. So here if it's null, then use this color, otherwise you use a white color. Okay, so it looks strange, but now if you come over here, let's try to change its color. Okay, so its color true, you'll see immediately it changes over here. All right, but it didn't change here because when we are calling from our home screen, we are not passing anything, which means there was null. If that's null, it is going to use whatever the color was assigned. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Okay, now now we do have the text over there, but they are not visible because the text was white as well, so you get the idea. So what are you going to do next? So we need to change over here actually the styles. So we just had a white. Now we need to introduce a different color for this. So if it's null, if it is color is null, so we are going to keep whatever was there. Otherwise, we are going to use a different color. Okay, so styles dot headline 3. Because do remember, headline 3 has a color, but we overrode it here. Okay, but in this case, if we don't pass anything, we keep whatever color was there. If we pass it true, then we use the color inside this. So it's a conditional check. Let's check it. Yes, New York showed up, as you see. But I think we need to make more changes. But anyway, so we'll go ahead first. And okay, let's go down. Okay, I think we also need to change over here. Okay, so I think our changes are actually should be over here. So we need to go to this thick container over here. And here the color change. Previously, if we don't pass anything, that was white. Okay. Anyway, so here first we need to define the final bool is color as well. Okay. All right, and here we do this dot is color. Okay. So always if it's not, the value is not given, we'll keep whatever was there. Okay. So here we'll check is color null, then we'll keep white. Otherwise, we'll use a different color. OXFF 8A CC F7. Okay, so that's how it should work. Okay, now So we need to come over here inside the ticket screen, ticket view. So here we use, let's say, is color true. So okay, so now that works. And for this one, actually, we can also do it here. So do remember, the changes are only happening in this page because I'm only changing the items here in this file, not in other places, okay? So we see this too. And we need to make changes for this stack widget as well. Here we'll introduce a new color. Okay, let's see, I think it wants us to add const. Well, we did it somewhere. Maybe, okay, yeah, I did it here actually. Now here is the color change, okay? So here we would say is color equal null, then use white. Otherwise we are going to use a different color, and this time we'll use colors.gray.shade. Shade, I think 300. Okay, and now here it does say that it's not defined over here, invalid constant value. Is it? Or we have to remove this one? Okay, yeah, so for this reason, because it can't be const anymore. Okay, right, so we do see that our dots, they have appeared. Now this part is empty. Now that's happening due to your white icon. So we also need to change this one over here. So we do is color no, then keep it white. Otherwise we'll use a different color over here. Use color OX FF 8A CC F7. Okay, so our plane is here. Beautiful. So we made changes here, and we also need to make changes over here. So here we'll check is color otherwise styles, let's see, sty, yeah, styles dot. Okay, I think I'm doing it wrong place. We have to have it here actually. Otherwise styles dot headline 3. Okay, so it appeared. Yes, I do know that the color is a bit different, but we can change them. Alright, now we'll go ahead and change color for this one over here. So we'll make sure whatever color was there, it stays. So we do is color null, okay? And then over here, okay, so over here we're going to put a different color, so which is headline 3 or headline 4. Okay, so New York showed up. Now we'll go over here inside this box decoration, and we'll do the same. So here we do is color null, Then so we do want to have this dashed color, right? So for this reason, actually, so first here we'll put our colors.shade color, okay, which is coming from gray, and here we do shade, say 300, and what do we see here? Const. Now we might have to remove the const value from somewhere. Okay, over here actually. Okay, so in this case the setup was, I guess, opposite. So here we do this one. Okay, now it's looking much better. And here, so let's do it like this. Do it half 6. So okay, so next we need to work on this this color, this orange color. So next we need to work on this one, but this should be same as the SizedBox here. So I'll just go ahead and copy this, and I'm gonna put it here because we don't see any changes. Okay, what's happening? I think we have to remove this const once again. The error should be gone, and maybe we need const over here. Okay, great. So get the idea. So you do have some conditional check, you have to do that, otherwise you do different thing. Okay, now here we do have a bit of problem though. The idea is you see that, okay, some gray colors are okay, but some of them we can't have all of them gray over here. Okay, like this has to be black, this has to be black as well, it's to black, and this has to be black. So we need to find these places. Now definitely the first place we're going to look for is NYC. Okay, it's not there maybe because we're reading them from a file, remember? So it's as a variable. So here we do see that from code we have white, otherwise we do have a different kind of headline. Now if we come over here, headline 3, so we have gray shade for headline. So that's what we do have. So for headline 3, what we can do, we could do a bit of different things. So let's remove this color completely, okay, and see how it looks. Now let's save it. Okay, I guess we need to restart because that's a static file. Okay, now it worked. Okay, so as it was there. And now another thing is that the background color, which is white over here and which is not over here. Now we need to come over here inside this ticket view, and we'll find the background color. So we do have SizedBox over here and this one, and we do have a container. Okay, so now this is the ticket view, and actually what we should do, we should change the background color to this one, because actually this is already white, but this color and this color are pretty close. Okay, So we should change this background to something similar to this one, okay, or like exactly this one. Now this has to happen through here. So here we'll send background color and styles.bg color. Okay. Now let's save it, and if you come over here, yes, we do see that. Now it's more obvious and much better. So yes, that's great. And let's take a look at our original design. Yeah, it's pretty much the same, pretty much exactly the same thing. Great. All right, so now we'll go ahead and do this section, this design. Okay, to be able to do that, we need to come to this screen over here. Well, right after this, we'll create a new container over here, and that will be just a container, and inside the container we'll have column. Okay, all right, now go ahead and declare a child inside this, and we'll call it column, and then it will have children. Let's see what's going on. If we do have a column, then we can have child, and inside, okay, so here is a spelling error. Okay, great. Now we'd go ahead with children. Now, if you see that this layout actually, it's a big row, okay, and inside the row you will have column and a column, okay, so we could understand it like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put so here we'll have a row, inside the row we'll have children, and then we'll have column. Okay, so do column and children once again. Now inside this we'll have text over here, and here we say Flutter DB, and then here we do style and the styles dot headline 3 gap. Now over here we do app layout that get height 5, and right after this actually we can just simply go ahead and copy this and put it here. Now here we'll call it passenger, okay, passenger, and now we'll save it, and that's what we see. All right, and what else we could change about it? Let's see. Oh, the container has to have some padding, horizontal padding left and right, okay, so that it aligns over here. Now we are inside this container, so we do padding, add instance dot symmetric horizontal 15. Okay, yeah, it's working. And then what else? We'll take care of this distance over here and why this distance is coming. Actually, this distance is coming in this file, TicketView.dart, and here this one, okay? So it is a little too big over here. So now here we could do one thing, say the correct height is 169. If we do that, they overlap with each other, so that's what we see. But now if we do go back to home page, we don't see any changes, so this part is still okay. But of course we need to work on this icon's color because it changed because of this condition that we added. But anyway, first we'll come back to this one, okay? So that's thing. But now if you go to Android, so this is our Android phone, and if we launch it and do a refresh, now we see that 168 doesn't work over here. So here what we do, so for now the solution we could do for Android, we could do 167. Now it works, but of course this is not the way to go. So we could do a conditional check. We could do get platform, okay, get platform is Android. So if it's Android, okay, true, all right, then we do 167, otherwise 169, okay. So this way we'll be able to meet both of these platforms requirements. So here we do have this one. Now this is for iOS, and if we refresh reload and they stay the same, great, okay. Now another thing, we need to take care of this border issue over here. Now the border is coming from, I think, this container itself, okay, over here. So bottom part of the orange card, so which is this one. Now we do see a border over here. Now we can use is color equal null. If it is null, we don't send anything, then we'll have 21. If we do say send, then it's 0, okay? Now this one, same over here, is color equal null, so we are, which means we are not changing anything. All right, now let's save it. We do see that they have aligned together, so it's beautiful. Now if we select my Android, and if I come over here and I do a refresh, and we'll see it stays same for Android as well. Okay, so it's working in Android as well. All right, okay, great. So that part has been taken care of, and now we do see this section over here. Okay, now this section is not itself in the ticket view, and we see that in ticket screen over here, and which is this one. Okay, now this part actually would be there a lot of time, not just now. So we could make a dedicated reusable widget for this. So we'll copy this one, we'll come over here, and then inside this widget folder, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and create a file over here, and we'll call it column layout.dart. Okay, now here we create a stateless class, and we do app column layout. Okay, now whatever we have copied, we're going to put it here, and then we're going to return the build context and things like that. I'm going to import the libraries. Okay, let's import this one first. Sorry for this, and now let's import this library. Okay, yeah, so with this we are done over here. Well, I think we need to use some parameters for this, but for now I'm going to remove this, and here I'll just call it app column layout. Okay, and we'll make sure that it works. It should work because these values are hard-coded, but now we want to grab these values. So here we want to send a few parameters. The first one is, I would say, first text, and here the type should be string, right? So string, and then here final string, second text. And here we need to do it as required this dot first text, required this dot second text. Okay, great. Now over here we're going to change them. So here we'll say first text, okay, and then this is second text. Okay, great. Now we need to come over here. Definitely we need to pass them over here. So it wants you to add record argument. So this is the first one, and it also wants you to add the second one. Okay, so that's the second one. So the first one was Flutter DB, and here we'll say passenger. Okay, all right. Now we do need to improve it a little later, and I'm going to tell you how you're going to do that. But that's the first part, right? And then we also need over here this one, right? So what are you going to do? We are going to copy this one and put it here, and this time, so we need this ticket number, right? 5221. So just random ticket number 5221 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, and what else we have here? And we do have passport, right? So here we do passport. Okay, great. All right. So let's save it, and we were supposed to see that, but we don't see it. No, we don't have any error here. It looks like, oh yeah, I didn't save it, so because I'm on iOS simulator. Okay, now here the problem is they're too close to each other, right? So I need to set up this property over here, which is called main.AxisAlignment, right? So we do that, main.AxisAlignment dot space between. Okay, so that should work. Okay, great. Now if you take a look at this, each of this, their alignment is not good. Okay, here it starts from the beginning and here it starts from the middle. The beginning part is okay, but here we want to start from the end, just like this. Okay, beginning and end. Don't worry, we'll also take care of the color issue very soon. Okay, all right, so how to do that? Well, now for this one, this column layout, actually we need to pass extra argument here. So here we do main.AxisAlignment and alignment. Okay, we do this one, and here require this dot alignment. Okay, now here we need to do whatever the alignment was given, we'll use that one. Okay, so main.AxisAlignment. Okay, and here we will use alignment. Okay, so whatever would be given from of this type. Okay, so we're going to just use that one. Now if we are coming over here, we need to add this one. Okay, now for the first one, I want to pass alignment, right? And I will pass main.AxisAlignment.start. So for this one, we're going to start from the beginning. Okay, and for this one, we're going to start from end. Okay, all right. Okay, let's see, can't. Okay, and we do have a bit of change. Let's see. It says that package call layout trying to perform hot reload. Okay, I'll close this one over here. Okay, and now I'll do a hot restart. Oops, I'll close this and actually stop all, and I'm going to close this one, and I'm going to select we have this mini one. Okay, this way we'd know actually what's happening quickly. Okay, so that's what we have here. This is mini, and if we are going to come over here, let's see. Okay, now if this is column, then actually we need to change it to cross-axis alignment. Okay, and so we also need to change this one to cross-axis alignment. Now it should work. Okay, and let's see, maybe most probably need to restart it. Hot restart, cross-axis. Okay, and we also need to change here. Actually, sorry about it. So cross-axis alignment, and just copy this one, and okay, so here we'll just do END. Okay, yes, now it took effect, it's working because it's a column, so we want to do the cross-axis alignment is the horizontal one, right? So that is the cross-axis alignment. Okay, all right, so this section is great, but here we do have a bit of problem with this styling. And for this one, actually, we may use, yeah, this one. I think this is much better. So now, as we got this reusable component, actually, we'll be able to use in many other places in our app, like in the search screen. I do remember that. Let's see, not search screen. Okay, well, over here, this ticket itself actually could be reusable. Okay, now if we go to our ticket view over here, we do see the same pattern, right? So all we need to do, we need to pass them. So here I would do app text layout, app column layout actually, right? So this one, so let me collapse them like this so that we know what's happening. Now the first text over here is date, so I'm gonna pass this one over here. Okay, and the second one is date itself, this word, so I'm gonna cut this one and put it here. And alignment, okay, so we're gonna pass cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, and after this I'm going to cut this one, and okay, so we do see that we have a slight problem with this color, like this color thing. Now if we roll back over here, the reason is the color itself over here. Okay, so we also need to pass is orange or not. Okay, otherwise this is not going to be reusable. So over here we need to pass is orange, or it's null or not. Okay, so to be able to do this, first we need to declare a variable over here, the column layout. So here we do final bool is color. Okay, now because this is going to be optional, so we put this one, and let's see, add final field to the parameters. Okay, yeah, so we need to add this one as well, but this could be optional. Okay, now in terms of this, let's come to our ticket over here. So all we need to do, we need to take care of this one, okay, the color section. Okay, so we'll copy the style from here, so that should be the first section. So we'll come over here, and we do see that, okay, let's put it at the top and see how we're going to change it. So it does have a headline 3. If it is orange, then okay, yeah. So what we can do, we can just directly grab this, copy this, and replace this. Okay, and it has to work, but only thing we need to do, import the libraries. Okay, all right, now let's save it. We might have an error somewhere else. Okay, let's see. Okay, expected column layout. It says expecting this. Okay, and it has to work, yes. But of course we have some extra, like this one, right, where we were TicketView, right? So we need to remove this one, so that's why it's causing this overlapping issue. But anyway, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and copy this line from here. Okay, all right, and okay, I think I forgot to copy this one, so I'll copy this one from here and put it here. Okay, now this time ticket view, so we can just simply remove this ticket, okay, section. Perfect. Okay, so with this, our component column layout is completely reusable. Okay, that's 100% reusable. And okay, now we do have a problem here.
Well, so now how to take care of this problem? Well, I think this one is coming from here, app layout. Now, because we are not sending anything over here, so when it's falling back, it's null. If it's null, then we are falling back to this white color condition. Okay, so all we need to do, just do a conditional check, a conditional parameter. Let's pass this one. So it is color, well, we can send it false, doesn't really matter because we are just checking it whether it's null or not null. Okay, so now it did came back, so that's good. Okay, so saying that one, we know that now we can use this one to work with this section over here. So I'm gonna put it here first, and all we need to do just pass this one. So let's grab this and pass this. And what else? Let's see, we do have departure time, so that should be our second text. So I'm going to put departure time over here. Okay, and now I'm going to take this section out. Okay, so that's not needed anymore. Okay, well, now over here we need to change this one. We change this one to center, and it should work. Yes, as you see. So that's working, and I'll copy this one and put it here. Now from here I'm going to copy this and pass it over here, and then the number itself, I'm going to copy this one and put it here. And we do see that it's end right over here, so I'm going to copy this and put it here, end. Okay, and right after this I'm going to remove this. We don't need this anymore, and we do see that no change because it's working. All right, perfect. So that was about our ticket view. Now you'll find that ticket view become much better because we are replacing with fewer lines. Okay, now I don't remember whether we do have the same block of code over here. Let's take a look. No, not this one. And we'll take a look at this one over here. No, we don't have anything like that, so we can't reuse that code. But so far we have done a great job. Okay, so I'm going to close this. Okay, we don't need to close this yet. Now come to this one over here. So that was a ticket screen, which is this one. Okay, great. So so far everything is great. Now we need to continue with this design. So we do have this dash line, and we also have a line at the top. Now for this line at the top, actually we could, for this one, we would come over here and draw a sized box. Okay, and that will do the job. Sized box, and we'll give it a height 1, and width, say, width, it really doesn't matter actually, this sized box. Let's try without the width, just give it a height, and we do see there's one like this. Okay, now we want to have a bit of spacing above this, so here we could do vertical and 15, and it would come down. Now we do see that we do have equal space over here. Okay, even we could do 50, it doesn't really matter, 20. Okay, but I think that's great. I think they do have 20, so for now I'll go ahead with 20. Yeah, okay, great. So what is the next section that we need to do? So we're done with this. Now we are going to have this one over here, this dot lines. Alright, now to be able to draw this section, actually we could reuse some of the components that we built early. Now if you do remember, if you come to TicketView over here, I think we have a section where it says that layoutBuilder. Okay, so this is the layoutBuilder that we can reuse, and for now it's over here hard-coded. So anyway, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this one. Okay, and I'm going to put it here, and I'll call it layoutBuilder widget. Okay, layoutBuilder widget.dart. Okay, now here I'm going to do st class, then I would do app layout builder widget. Okay, now instead of that, we would return, instead of container, we're going to return this and some of the libraries that we need to return. Now one of the variables that we need to work that is colors, as you can see. Okay,
But anyway, so I'm going to import this one first, and its color is definitely that we need to define first. So here we do final bool and is color, okay, and at the same time we want this section to be dynamic, okay. So here I would say final int sections, okay, yeah, no, here we do this dot is color, and here we do required this dot sections, okay. Now we're going to replace this one with section value, okay. All right, now we are done with this. Everything else could stay the same. Now over here we'll remove this, and of course now we've called app layout builder widget, app layout builder widget. Now here we could pass, say, sections, and the first one I remember we had 6 sections, and we're going to pass that one, and everything stays the same, okay. So over here at least no change, and that was the ticket view. Now if we're going to come to our home page, and of course we don't have any changes here yet. I think we did mess up with some of the settings, but we'll take care of that, don't worry. But here we want to make sure that it still works. So that was a ticket view, right? So this section is right in our home page. So let's find home page, and we do see that we have ticket view, which is this one. All right, now for this section I think we already have this. Okay, great. So this part is fine, and I'll add const, and what else? Let me see whether in any other places we need this one. Looks like we don't. And if we're going to come over here, which is a ticket screen, and over here we need to do the same thing, okay. Now we'll put it right after this, and here we are going to do this layout builder. So I'm going to copy it from this home page, or home looks like ticket view actually, from here. Is it the ticket view? Yes. So this one. So I'm going to copy this, and we would come over here and put it right here, and this time actually we can have 15 sections, because we are not going to put anything like that, okay. I mean like a plane, okay, because previously we had a plane here. This time we don't need. Okay, now let's see how it looks. Yeah, so yeah, nothing changed. That means that our reusable widget is working, okay. That's the first place. Actually, oh, this should be right below it, but it's still not visible. I think that's at the end. But if we are going to say, for example, put a text over here, and we just say hi, and we see that it's still not visible. Okay, now let's find out why it's not visible. So we would go to this layout over here, and we are supposed to see the decorated box. So it is null then color, okay. Alright, so it is there, but it's a white color, because if it's null then we show white color, otherwise it's gray. So we would come over here, ticket screen, and then here we would say is color false. Just pass a value, okay? Is color false. Okay, and now we would see. Yes, we see it right there. Did you see that? Yeah, it is right there. But if we are going to compare with this, we need to okay, first let's remove this text, which we don't need, and we need a bit of spacing. As you see, it does have a lot of spacing, which we don't have. Now, to be able to work with the spacing, I think we can copy the spacing. Let's see from where. So we could do gap 20 actually. So over here we're gonna put gap 20. Okay, now we do have space over here. Okay, so now we do see it's small and it's larger. So one of the way to solve is having a different width actually. So here we do final int width. Okay, and I think this could be as like this. So we do this dot width equal 3. So now it will have a default value. So this would be here. So in Dart, when you have a constructor, let's see. Okay, so we need to have double because that's width. So in Dart, if you write something like this, so that becomes optional. You don't say required. If you don't have or don't pass any value, it would use this value. But if you pass a value, that it would use the value that you have passed over here. So now if we are to come to our ticket screen over here, so here we are going to pass with say 5, and now yeah, we are good. Okay, and it does have a bit of error. Now the error could be, let's see from where it is causing this error because of const value. Let's check it out. Well, we don't have any const here. So that's our sized box. And if we were to come to this ticket screen, if we are going to remove this one, now let's see, looks like we still have error. It didn't say that const class cannot remove fields. Okay, so something is causing this error, maybe somewhere else actually, not just here. Now one thing we could do, we could go ahead and look for this class, okay, in how many different places we are using it. So we see that in ticket screen we have only one, and over here we do have, and inside ticket view itself. So let's remove this one once again and see if we can compile. No, we can't compile, but and it looks like this time it did, and yes, it worked and everything is okay. So the way it was compiling and hot reload didn't work, it worked from here. So I think that's fine. And then now over here, if you see, okay, this width is fine as well. So what's the next section we're gonna do? Well, next section is this as well as this section. Okay, now for this we can just directly come to this over here, and let's see if we can put const here. Yeah, hot reload worked. Okay, so we are still inside this column, and that was our first row, and we can have another row. So for this reason we are going to copy this one, because you see that here we need this row. Okay, so we'll put it right below it, and the idea is it will have some numbers and number of e-ticket like that. So I'm going to put some random numbers. Okay, and what else we have? We have number of e-ticket. So here we would write number of e-ticket. Okay, and here we would do B2SG28. So here it is B2SG28. and then we'll have booking code. Okay. Oh yeah, so great. Now just a matter of placing this one right below it. Okay, so we do have equal space, and after this we are going to work with this section. But before we are going to work with this section, I think we need to reuse this layout builder again, the one we had. So that's the beauty of this thing. You don't need to write it again and again and again. So here I'll put it right below it, and I think we'll be seeing some result. Okay, great. Now if we're going to take a look at this one, so here definitely we want a row, and inside row this is column 1 and column 2. But this column inside we do have a row again, because that should be an image, and that should be as a string. So inside this column, the first one is a row and the other one is a child. So I'm going to put column right below it, and then we'll have children, and then we do cross-axis alignment, or we can do it actually later, doesn't really matter. I mean, it has to be actually here even if we do it, but for now we'll have a column over here. I'm sorry. So first we'll have a row over here, then we'll have children, and inside this children we'll have column. Now inside the column we'll have children, and then we'll have a row. Okay, and then we'll have this text over here. Okay, now for text itself, first I'm going to use gap 5, and text would be payment method, and the style should be style, and style dot headline 4. So that's what we're going to use, and yeah, that's what we have, but we don't have anything at the row. Now for the row itself we need children, and then we'll have image dot asset. So this time we are not going to do any style with this image, so that's why we are not using it inside a container, and we are directly using assets images visa.png. Okay, and we scale it a little bit and we'll see how it looks. All right, and we do have this section, and right below it, because we need the star over here, so we do text, and we'll have space, 3 stars, and we do 244 or 2462 actually, and then we need to do styles dot headline 3. Great. All right, now as usual we just need to put this gap right below it. So here we'll have this. Okay, great. Now that's the first column, and we also need a second column. Now for second column we do have simple just like this. Now we have seen early that we can just go ahead and copy a row like this, or actually we don't need to copy the whole row, we just copy part of it. Okay, and we'll put it here. Let's see how it looks. Yes. Now here what are you going to do? We're going to do main.AxisAlignment and main.AxisAlignment dot space between. Okay, now here we don't want start, we want end. Okay, great. But of course this information is dollars and price. Okay, so here we'll have, so 249.99, and that should be price. Okay, great. It's looking much better, and I might need to put a const before it. Okay, great. What else we have? Now we do have another line or divider like this, and which we had early. Well, that was not a divider, that was a const over there. So we're going to just copy this one and put it right below it, and we'll see how it looks. Well, it doesn't look visible, but if you put a height right below it, I think it would be visible. No, we don't see it here. Okay, so let me make sure that we are getting it right actually. So we do have this TicketView, and then we did this all right, and now first we'll go ahead and draw this, and then we'll draw this line, and there should be a reason why we are doing like this. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to collapse this. Now right over here we'll draw our barcode. Okay, so it's a barcode. Yeah. Now to be able to do that, we need to install a package over here, and we'll call it Barcode. So we'll install it, the package Barcode widget. Okay, and here we're going to use the version 2.0.02, and then we do get pop. Okay, great. Now right after this, because we want to draw the barcode over here, so here we install the barcode plugin, and then we're going to draw it over here. Well, to be able to draw it, first I just simply call barcode. Let's see, barcode. To be able to draw it, first here we'll call it barcode widget, and if it doesn't recognize, we might have to import the package manually. So we'll go up and import it manually right over here, right below it, and then let's see, barcode. Yes, now it wants you to add additional parameters, required parameters. So the first one is barcode. Now barcode has a special code that you need to send, so that's what we do. Barcode.code. Say we're going to use this one, 128. Okay, and it needs more parameters or properties, and the data. So now the data has to come from somewhere, and for now we're going to use https github.com Martinovo. All right, Martinovo, and here we'll have draw text. We don't need any text, so we set it to false. And here, what else? Color, and we would use the color, the one we had. We'd use text color, and then width, we do double dot max finite or infinity would work. Let's see what's going on. Do we have text color? Let's see, styles dot text color, this one, and we're gonna give it a height, so that should be 70, and here we go. So that's what we have. Amazing. All right, now we don't want to have it like this, we want to have the design like this. Okay, now to be able to do that, first we'll wrap it around a widget, and we'll call it clipRect. Okay, all right, Now over here we want to give it a border radius, so we would do border. Okay, it's not recognizing, so we do it manually. Border radius. Okay, and here we do border radius dot circular, and here we do app layout get height, say 14 or 15, doesn't matter. And okay, that should be clipRect, and now it should work. Now it's already working. Okay, and then we need to wrap it around a container because we do have a little bit of extra padding around it. So here we do padding and edge insets dot symmetric, and we do horizontal actually, and here we do app layout dot get height 15. Yes, now they look almost similar. Okay, we're done with this part, but if we're going to take a look, and you'll see that it is, well, now it comes inside, well, it has to be up to here, right? And as well as we have to have some empty space, but we don't have any of this. Okay, now for this reason actually we can wrap this one around another container. So here I would wrap it around, well, so just simply go ahead and do it using container. Okay, all right, now this container will have, say, color. So first we would use color. Okay, say colors.red, and of course it looks like this, but here we'd use margin. Okay, here we do edge insets only and say all 15. It's beautiful. Now here we could also apply padding actually. Here we do padding, so edge insets, and now here say padding only, so here we do top 15 and the bottom 15. Okay, great. Now here, okay, it should work by this time. Now it gives us a visual look, but here we are doing all, so instead of doing top and bottom over here, we can just do left and right. Okay, so only, especially left 15 and right 15. Now let's take a look. So now they're closer, and at this time actually we can remove it and we could do white, and yes, so it looks like this. Okay, but we also need a sized box over here. Okay, so we could create this distance over here. Beautiful. Okay, now it does have a little bit of problem, and as you see we should have a border like this. We don't have it yet, but we could do it. So here we'll do decoration, box decoration, and here we do border radius, and here we do border radius dot only. Now here we would use bottom right and radius dot circular. Here we'd use 21, and here bottom left radius dot circular. Okay, and now we take this color and we put it inside this, and most probably we need to put a const, otherwise we get these wiggly lines. And okay, for now we'll just go ahead like this. As you see, it changed immediately. It looks beautiful, but of course here we don't want like this. We do app layout. Okay, app layout, get height and 21. Okay, And I know the error is about the const keyword. We know it by this time, so we have to remove it. Okay, and what else we have? I think, yeah. Now this should be same here, so we do 15, 1, 5. Okay, great. And here's same. Okay, well, we'll copy this one once again and put it here because that's 15, and as well as 15 here. It's beautiful. Okay, great. All right, now our barcode is ready. The last section for this one is this code. Now the ticket itself, actually we could copy the earlier one. We had this one. Okay, so okay, we can just simply go ahead and copy this section, and we're gonna put it here, I think right after this container, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, let's put it there. Yes, we do see. And but for this one we don't want to send anything, so we have this reusable one. And as well as we do need a bit of spacing, so I'm going to copy this and put it right below it. Okay, and perfect. Yes, they do look similar, only a few changes like this color. Right now we're going to take care of them. So how are you going to do that? I think we also need to change this distance over here. It should be more than this. So instead of 15, I think that should be 20, 20, 20, and 20. Okay. Well, it does look like it messed up with some of the properties, so let's put it back and check it one by one. Okay, and for margin, okay, I think we just want to do this one, just the padding actually. Okay, great. Yeah, now it's looking better. Yeah. Okay, and now how to solve this issue now? All right, now this color problem could be solved easily actually. How to do that? I do remember that we are calling TicketView from TicketScreen, which is over here, and we are actually not passing anything, right? So over here is color, we are passing null. So I think all we need to do, because in TicketView we grab that color, right? If you see at the top that we take it, but if we don't pass, it's null, right? So whatever is there, just grab that one, pass that one, and it should solve the problem. So is color. Okay, so this one. Okay, and I think the problem should get solved. Yes, it did, as you see. And if you come over here, we also maintain the original condition, and over here it works as well. So yeah, it's beautiful, right? Okay, great. Now we're almost done with these 3 pages, and I think we came a long way, and our app, from very simple app, it became reusable components app, where you have different components and you can reuse them based on the color, based on the condition, and is color is one of the condition. But up to now, actually, we built a lot of components. Anyway, so yeah, let's go ahead and start working on this profile section. All right, so far this has been our list view, and inside this list view we have many different kinds of children, right? All of these were responsible for building this whole UI as well as this scrollable section, right? Now actually we are missing another part, and this is the part, like this is the actual app. So here there's two fixed circles, so this is what actually we need to draw again. And because of this two circles, actually at the beginning we had this stack widget, right? So we need to finish this section. Great. Now we'll collapse this list view widget. We don't need this now because we are done with this. So right below it, well, here first we'll have a container, and inside container we'll do decoration because we want to draw a circle, right? Because if we do box decoration, then we can select the shape. So here we do shape and box shape circle, right? And well, it's not visible yet. We need to apply border to it. So here that's what we do, border and border dot all. Now with this we can find a color. Here we do color, and now here we do styles dot text color, and we would also give it a width of 2. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it, and this is unbelievably large. But anyway, right after this, well, this decoration over here, we would assign a child over here, and our child would be circle avatar. Okay, because with this circle avatar we could give a constraint to the container. Now, why it's taking the whole space? Because this container itself doesn't have any parent, while now stack widget itself doesn't care about the children's size, so it allows you to as big as possible. Okay, stack widget only thing it does is let you to overlap. Regarding size, it doesn't care. So but because if we have circle avatar, we can do a radius constraint. So here we do max radius and we do 4. Okay, now well, it became very small, and where is it? It's hiding somewhere. I think it should be at the top, but which we don't see yet. But if you do 40, you see it came out, so it was hiding at the top. Now our purpose is to bring it down. Well, how could you bring it down? Now to bring it down, we need to wrap this widget around another widget that's called positioned widget. Okay, now here we would assign the positioned. Okay, that's not enough. We need to assign certain length, left and right properties. So here we do say left 19. Okay, so it came out over here a little bit, and we want to give it a fixed position for top. Okay, so here we do 295. All right. Okay, we need to save it. So it came down, right? But of course we know that we shouldn't be using like this, so we do app layout dot get height, and now inside this we'll pass 19. The same over here. So for this I'll just simply copy this one and replace this with this, and inside we do 295. Okay, of course this is not the color that we want, so we can do a different kind of color. So here we do background color, and for background color itself we would do styles dot text color. Let's see how it looks. Okay, now it's much smaller. Okay, sorry, it become blacker, and that's what we want. Okay, but it's still much bigger. Now to control this, actually we can apply padding. Now to be able to apply padding, we need to come inside this container section over here, and we do padding, and here we do edge insets. All right, DGE edge insets, and here we do all and apply it as a 3. Okay, now as you see it became much smaller. Now over here the radius was 40, but of course we don't want 40, we want 4. Okay, now this is very perfect. So now as you see you can scroll like this. Okay, and it does work. Okay, now if you want to be even much better, you could do like say 20 or 21, so it would go inside a little bit more, and this is what you might like it. Okay, now with this we are done with one circle, so we need to draw another circle. Now for this reason, what you're going to do, we're going to copy this one first, and we are going to put it right there. Okay, and only thing we need to change over here, this left becomes a right. Okay, all right, so now we do have 2, everything else stays the same. Now
officially we're done with this page. So next we'll see how to work with this profile section. Hey, please keep me motivated and buy me a coffee either using PayPal or the buy me link coffee. Thank you. And first let me explain the layout first. Now over here definitely this is going to be a part of the whole screen, would be part of a list view, and inside this the first child would be a row, and inside row this would be the first child, and that should be inside a container. And then we'll have a column, okay, and then another column, okay. And well, after this we'll have a new container, but inside this container we'll have a stack widget because we want to overlap different things, okay. So it could be part of row. There should be a row as well as another section, but they all would be inside the stack widget, so they could overlap each other. Then we'll have this one, the big text, and this part is relatively easy. Okay, all right. So now to be able to work with this, we'll close this one, and then we'll come over here to the screen section, and right inside this we'll create a new file, and we'll call it profile screen. Okay, and then we'll call it Dart, and as usual we'll create a stateless class over here, and we'll call it profile screen. Right inside this we can remove this, we don't need this section, so we'll replace this with scaffold. Okay, great. Now inside this we'll have body, and then we'll have list view. Okay, all right, great. And then we'll have children. Okay, great. And let's see what's going on. Okay, so it was supposed to be body, not a background. Body. Okay, great. And now inside this definitely we'll have a background color, and styles background color, do BJ color. But now we need to come to our bottom bar over here and replace this section with profile screen. Okay, profile screen, and we are good to go. Alright, so we know what is this like, so I'm going to close this and get my app from here, and so I think we need to restart, and then it would be great. Okay, now everything is gone. Great. Alright, so as I explained earlier that first we need a row, right? So I'm going to do row over here, and inside this definitely we need to put child. The first one should be once again a container because we want to have border, a rounded border, okay. And inside this definitely decoration, and then box decoration, and after this border radius, and here we do border radius dot circular, and here we do app layout dot get height, and then we'll put a 10 over here. And right after this we're gonna put an image over here, and then we do decoration image and image once again, and then we do asset image. And asset image shows the image from the local files. Now here image path is in the assets, and then images, and over here I have an image called image1.png. okay, so that's what we're going to show. And let's see. Okay, now the reason is it's not showing once again because we are not applying any height and width, so let's go ahead and do that. Say height 86 and width 86, and let's go ahead and see how it looks like. Okay, beautiful. So it's already showed up with the border and things like that. Okay, but definitely once again this is not what we want, so we do app layout get height, and then inside this we'll have 86, and we just copy this one and put it here. Okay, of course no changes yet. Great. Okay, now one thing definitely we need to give it a border on the left side, right, or padding or things like that. So to come inside the list view, and we do padding over here, and here we do edge insets only. Okay, and then we do symmetric, and then horizontal, and then we do app layout. Okay, dot get height or get width is fine as well. Okay, now over here we do 20, and I think then we are good to go. Actually we could also do vertical. If for now we just skip vertical and see how it looks. Okay, now of course definitely at the top over here we could do gap because we know that we have this plugin, so we can use this plugin. and definitely we need to import it first. Let's go ahead and do it, and after that we're going to put this comma over here, and then inside this we just pass app layout, and here we do, well, this time we're gonna go ahead with height, and then we do 40 and say how it looks like. So, well, now if you do see our other section starts a little below right at this section, but it is a bit at the top, so we can change here or we can put it over here. So yeah, we go ahead with this one over here, and then with the app layout.get width, I think that was, oh yeah, that should be height actually 20, and it should be the same over here, get height, because that's the vertical distance. Now it's looking much better. Great, so with this we are done with the first part, and let's see, it wants us to put a const over here. Why it doesn't put it itself, I don't understand. It should, but anyway. Okay, now right after this we would come over here and draw, well, this time, as I said earlier, that we need to have columns, so that's what we're going to have, and then we'll have children. Okay, now inside this children, the first one is definitely a text where it says that book tickets. Okay, and after that over here we do style, and here we'll have styles dot headline 1. Okay, so there will be big letter, and right after that we're going to save it and see how it looks, and it looks beautiful. Now at the same time we do understand that here we need to apply a gap, so we'll take this one and copy it here, and instead of 40 this time we'll just get 10. Okay, and now it looks beautiful. Now over here we have other properties that we could set up. Now once again I'm going to copy this one and put it right here, and we're going to change the section over here. We do New York. Okay, we have New York, and styles for this one we are not going to have this style, so we're completely gonna change it. We want more customized this time, so here we do text style. So whatever was there we are skipping that, so we'll do a customized style over here. And for this reason we do font size, so this time font size is 14, and after that we do font weight, and font weight we do font weight dot 500. This one, and color. Okay, so here we do color, colors dot gray dot shade 500. So that's what we're going to do, and it should look better. Yes, it is. Now it does tell you that we need to set up this property over here, which is called cross-axis alignment, which is responsible for horizontal alignment for inside a column. Okay, so when you're inside column, cross-axis alignment is horizontal, so this time we do cross-axis alignment dot start, and we should make it look beautiful. Okay, wonderful. Now we do also do main axis alignment over here, so let's go ahead and do that. Main axis alignment for this one should be vertical alignment, so main axis alignment dot over here we'd also do start, and let's see how it looks. Well, it didn't look any better, but let's go ahead and do more work. Definitely it'll change. Okay, now let's take a quick look what else we had early. So now over here this is the section that is interesting, because here this is one section, right? So that section definitely has to be inside a container, as you can see from here, and after that there would be a row, and inside this row we'll have this image, and then we'll have this text. So the idea is first you have to get a container, and then you have to get a row. So let's go ahead and keep going. Alright, so now definitely before we go ahead, and here we could do this one like this one more time, create a little bit of distance. So instead of 10, this time we'll have 2. Okay, now there is a bit of distance. And right after it, once again we'll copy this one, because I don't want to copy it again and again, so I'll put it here and then continue. It would give us a distance of like 8. And after that definitely we're going to have container, as I explained with you earlier. Now then we do decoration and box decoration, and box decoration will take border radius, and this time actually we are going to use a huge border radius, so that would be circular, and then once again we get it from app layout that get width or height, it doesn't matter, so this time this would be huge. The reason why it's going to be huge, because you can see that here we have a strong curvature. Okay, so it's a lot of curvature, so that's why. Alright, yet it is not visible because we don't have any content inside this. But anyway, we'll go ahead with the color as well. So here we'll do color, and then we do, well, we can do const color, and then here oxff ef for f3. Okay, and I do think that we need one more f. Okay, right after this we're going to put a child over here, and our child definitely should be row as we talked about it earlier. Then we'll have children. Now inside this children, once again we need a box decoration, because if you see over here, this is quite round, right? So definitely this is round, so that's why we need box decoration once again. So what are you going to do? I'm going to copy this section directly from here, and then first I'll put a container, and then inside this container I'll have this box decoration. Now it did save us time, but we don't need everything from here. So we also don't need this section here. Instead of this, we'd use box shape or shape actually, and box shape dot circle. Now all we need to do, change the color. So we'd remove this section over here, and then we'd do ff526799. Okay, perfect. Alright, now let's go ahead and save it, and we still don't see anything yet because we need one more icon inside it. Without icon, just decoration doesn't, or without child, decoration doesn't give you anything. So here we are, and right after this we're going to create a child, and the child should be an icon. Now here we do icon, and then we'll get it from Fluent to icon system, the one that we have installed earlier. Okay, great. Now here we do IC Fluent shield, and then we do shield. Okay, SHIELD shield field, and that should work. And now let's go ahead and save it. Yes, we already see that, but now we want to change the color because it does look a bit scary. Anybody would get scared. And here we do color, so colors.white. Okay, and then we do size over here, and not this one, we just want size is 15, and let's go ahead and save it. Yes, it does look a little better, but not completely better. And let's see what we could do for this one. Well, now it does look very small, so we need to apply padding to it, and padding would help us. So it gets extra size from out of this icon, because we are not using padding inside the icon. So because child is already inside, so for container itself the padding would be taken from out of child. So here we do 3, and we'll see how it looks. Yes, it does look much better. And right after this, let's see what else we could do. Most probably we need a const modifier, otherwise it is getting cranky. Yes, great. And right after this child, we want to get a text over here, and the text is premium status. And right after that, we're going to do style with this, and then we would have text style over here. Okay, great. Now once again, we are going to use a customized style a little bit for this. So we'll do color over here, and a const color. We don't want to get color from there. We want to get color from here, and then we do ff. Once again, most probably we can just copy this color over here, and we should be good to go. Alright, and right after this, we also want to set up our font size. So here we do font weight actually, and then we do font weight dot what, this time instead of 500, let's get it a little bigger, so 600. Okay, and yes, we are looking good. And let's add a const modifier instead of this, and as well as over here, and we should be good to go. Alright, now these two are pretty close to each other, so what you could do, you could do gap over here. Let's give it a gap, and then we do app layout, and app layout.get height, and we'd apply 5 or 6, I think 6. I'll just go ahead with 5, it doesn't make a big difference though. Alright, great, so which is looking much better. Now we do have problem at the top and left and right. Now that's inside this big container over here. So now over here actually we're going to apply padding to it. So here we do padding, and then edge inserts only, and well, I think we could go ahead with symmetrical. Now horizontal and app layout. So here we do app layout.get height, and for height itself we'd use 3, and then we'd also do vertical. Now vertical, the same app layout dot get height and then 3. Now if you save it, yes, it's looking a little better and we are actually happy with this. But if you want, you can apply more padding. But so far I'm done with this section. Now anyway, right after this, let's go ahead and let's see where is our text. So this is our text. Right after this text, we are going to put another gap over here for the next one, otherwise they would be too close to each other. Great. Alright, done. So yes, so we are done with this second container over here. So far things are great. Now we want to create another column right after it. So yes, we do that. So let's go ahead and create a column, and here we do column, and then we'll have a children. Okay, and now inside this children, let's go ahead and use a text, and the text name is added, and we'd give it a style, and then we'd take it the styles, whatever the styles was there, styles the text style, and copy with color. So go ahead and do that. Copy with color. Now here we do color styles dot primary color. We do have a primary color, so that's what we want, and font weight, and here we do font weight dot maybe 300 W 300. Okay. Alright, great. So that's what we see there, but of course this is not the position we wanted, so we can change the position. Here we do cross-axis alignment first. Before we go ahead and do that, let's put another widget over here, which is called const spacer. So this will give us a minimum space between these two because we want it at the end. Okay. Now right over here, let's come over here and apply alignment. So here we do cross-axis alignment, and then we do cross-axis alignment dot start and see how it goes. Yes, everything now on the same horizontal line, which is great. Now just to become more interactive, what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this around another widget which is called inkwell, because in future we might want to click on this and do something different. So here we'd have ontap event, and for now only thing we do print you are tapped. Okay, great. So we need to put semicolon. Alright, if you do that, and here you just say you are tapped. Great. So that's what we want. With this, we are also done with this section. So next we are going to do this one over here. Okay, now to be able to work with this, we would come over here and collapse this, and right after this we are going to put actually we are going to put this one first, because we want to create a bit of distance. So we'll put it over here, and instead of say 40, just get a little bit like 8, and right after this we want to put a divider over here. So that's what we do, divider. I want to change the color of this, so it becomes colors.gray .shade 300. Okay, all right, great. So if you see, there should be a little bit of divider, and it's not that obvious, but it is there. Okay, all right. And then we need stack widget, so we do stack over here, and then we do children. Okay, now if you take a look at it, so first we are going to have this container. This container has borders, so first thing we want to do a container, and then definitely the container itself will have height. So let's give it a height. We'll give it height of 90, but we don't want to give it like this, so we want to use our calculator, which we have built already, so use this one. All right, right after this we do decoration, and then we do box decoration. Okay, and then we do color over here, so we do styles dot our primary color, styles dot primary color, because we know we have a primary color, and then we want to get a border radius, and border radius dot circular, and then we want to get app layout dot get height, and then we do pass 18 to it. Okay, great. All right, now if you come over here and let's take a look. Yes, it's already there. Beautiful. Okay, so it's already over there, but to be able to get rid of any kind of error in future. So we can define a width over here, and we do double dot infinity. Okay, so that means whatever the possible width is available, just take all of it. Great. So we are done with the first section. But now if you take a look at this one, so over here we have this section over here, and we have this section over here. So a lot of things to do. So we're gonna start with this container over here. Okay, so this is the one that we are going to put first. Now for this reason, what I'm going to do, I'm going to first go ahead with the container itself. So we go ahead and draw a container over here, and then just like last time, we'll draw it first and then move it up. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. So definitely then we have to do decoration, box decoration, and over here, so we do a shape and box shape dot circle. Okay, and right after this, we want to get a border and border dot all. So border dot all. Now here we'd give it a width of 18, and after that we want to give it a color, and here we do OXFF264CD2. So this is the color we want to apply, and let's see what's going on. Border dot. Okay, we don't want this radius, we just want border. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Yes, we do see it over there. Now, just like earlier, we can apply a padding to it. So that's what we're going to do, and add in this all, and then app layout. Let's get height past 30. Okay, now it became much bigger, and that's what we actually want. Now we want to position it to this corner over here, and how to do that? So I'll just cut this one. And then first I'll have position widget, and then over here whatever we had early, we'll just put it back, and at the same time right inside this section we're gonna put it top and right properties. So here we do right, and right is -45, and you'll see it's already moved, and we're gonna put it in the top position. So here let's do -40 and see how it looks. So yes, it put it up over there. Okay, so great. So now with this, we're also done with this section. Now, if we are going to be much better with this, let's go ahead and set up the color. Well, it doesn't look like the color is a problem, but let's just make sure to have a transparent color, whatever was there. Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, so we are done with this section, and what else we could do next? All right, so now we'll go ahead and do this part of this design. Okay, and how to do that? Well, definitely if you just take a look at this one, this is our array layout. So that's what we're going to do first. So here we do row, and then we'll have children inside this. Okay, and right after this, we are going to draw this first container, or the first element. Now this is definitely a circle avatar, right? So that's what we're going to do. We do circle avatar. And here, first thing we want to do the radius. Max radius is 25, otherwise it would be too big. And then here we'll have background color, and we'll do colors.white. Okay. All right. Now, of course, this is not our app. Our app, the actual one, is over here. Okay, and we already see it. Great. Now we want to put the icon inside this. So that's why we would use child over here, and then we do icon. I will get the icon from Fluent system icons, and over here we do IC Fluent, and then we are gonna look for light bulb, yeah, this one. Okay, and then we do color, and let's see what color we could do. Styles dot primary color. Okay, so that's what we're going to do over here, and then we do size we would do 27. Okay, all right, great. And what else? So this part is done, and then we want to do a text over here, right? Like the one we have seen early, like this. Yeah. So the icon looks a little different. So here I'm going to change this light bulb. I think we could do filament. I think there's an icon called filament filled. Okay, yeah, this one. Yeah, great. Now it looks much better. Now right after this, we'd come over here, and then we do a column. Okay, once again, now we have the children, and first one is text, definitely. So here we would say you have got a new reward. Okay, new award is okay, yeah. And right after that we do style, and then we do styles dot. Now we do headline 2 over here, and then we want to change a part of the styles, so we do copy width. So now here we do say font weight, so font weight, but I think we want to do a bold is fine, and then color, so we do colors.white. Okay, and yeah, so let's go ahead and save it and see it. Okay, well, I think we do need to set up other properties as well, but let's first go ahead and see how it looks. Okay, now over here we are going to copy this one, and then we're going to put it right below it. Now this time we would say you have, say, 95 flights this year. Okay, flights in a year, like that. Okay, and over here we're gonna change a part of the thing. Instead of border like this, we do W500, so a little different bold. And I think colors is okay, and over here we could also set up the font size. We want a different font size, so here we would do 16, and with color. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, but they do have exactly same color, so you can apply opacity to it with opacity, say 0.9, and we'll see how it looks. Okay, that's missing point. Okay, great, so now they do have a bit of different color. Okay, so that's part of the puzzle has been solved, but this is not exact layout we want, so we want to make a bit difference. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Now first over here we would do cross main axis alignment. Okay, do main axis alignment, and then we'll do main axis alignment dot start, and we'll save it, but we wouldn't see much of the difference, but it would make sure that we stay aligned. And then we'll do cross axis alignment, but this time we'd see difference. Cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, now definitely it would start from over here, but saying that one, we also need to give it a little bit of gap with this light bulb. So here we do const gap. Over here we do, say, app layout dot get height, and then we just go ahead with 12, and of course we can't do const because that's a function. Alright, great, so now we do have this space. What else we could do now? We can take care of this layout properties over here. So here for row itself, we could do, say, main axis alignment. We do main axis alignment dot start. Okay, and we wouldn't see any obvious difference, but just to make sure that things are good, cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, yeah, so it went up a little bit. That is great. Or actually, I don't want this one. I still want it to be center. Center is great. All right. Okay. Now we need to push it down a little bit. Now that's not so far we're able to do it. Now for this reason, one thing we'll do, we'll wrap this row around a child, around a container. So here we do container. All right. And right after it, over here, we're gonna apply a bit of padding to it. Okay. So here we do agentsets dot symmetric. So now we do over here horizontal app layout dot get height, and for this one first we would go ahead with 25, and we'll see how it looks. Yes, a little bit more centered, and then we can also do vertical. So here we do app layout dot get height, and this time we do 20. Yes, so it's more to the center right now. Yeah, so this part has also been done pretty much, And one thing I do think that we need a bit of spacing at the top over here, which we don't have right now. But let's go ahead and see the spacing, what could be here. Yeah, they do have more space than the one we have. Okay, now let's go ahead and put a little bit of spacing, and I think the spacing should be here. So we'll copy this line and put it here, and the spacing should be done. Yes, okay, great. Now let's take a look at the next section. Now definitely over here we want this text first and then this one. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, now for that one we don't need the stack widget, so it would be below the stack widget. And right inside here, first we do text and then we do accumulated miles. Okay, great. And then we do styles.headline2. Yeah, let's put it, yes, we see it there, but we also want a little bit of distance, so we're going to copy this and put it here, and instead of 8 this time we're going to put 25. Okay, great. And then what else we want? After that we want this text over here, okay, or this digits on the numbers. Okay, all right, so right after that we'll go down, and this time let's go. Okay, we'll do actually we can do that later, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so if we take a look at this whole layout, we understand that this could be in a column layout, and this would be the first child, and then we'll have a row inside the column as a child, and then once again we'll have row, but inside row we'll have 2 columns, okay, like we have done previously. So this would be a row, and inside row we'll have 2 columns, and previously we have done reusable columns, so we would be just able to go ahead and use that. Okay, now for that purpose, what are you going to do over here? We are going to do a container, okay, and inside the container we'll have child as column. So here we do child, and definitely first we want to go ahead and start with column. Now definitely we want to do children over here, that's what we do, and then we'd have text. Okay, now text is 192802, so I think that was the text. And right after that we're going to do style over here. Okay, let's go ahead and do text style, because this is not following any of our earlier reusable components, so we do it from the scratch. So here font size say 45, and color, so we do styles.text color, the color we had already, text color, and then font weight. Okay, so font weight .w600. Okay, all right, that's what we have, and we're going to save it and see. Yes, that's how it looks. And over here actually we could do a gap to give it a little distance. So app layout dot get height. Now here we do 15, and we'll see that it came down. Okay, great. And what else we could do? So right after this text, and then we need to have another child, and that child should be a row, and then we do children. But now we also need to have a distance, so let me put it here first. Okay, now here we will have 20. Okay, right, great. And if we see the layout, we'd see that there should be definitely a row over here, and actually that's what we did. Now these are 2 text, right? So we are going to do text. So here we do text, miles, crude, and then we do style. So styles dot subtitle. Sorry, that's no subtitle. That's the headline 4. Okay, and then copy width. So this time we're just going to change the font style, font size. So we do font size, say 16. All right, okay, great. And we can just go ahead and copy this one as well and put it here, And right now here we'll put, say, date, so 23 May. Well, this is not 23 today though, so I'll just do it 11 and June. Alright, and text size itself would be same. Okay, we do see this. Now over here we need to set up this property which is called main.AxisAlignment, and main.AxisAlignment.space between. So let's go ahead and save it. Yes, it's looking already great. And what is the next part? So next part is over here. Now that is also in a row, so we're gonna go ahead and do row. Okay, and the children. Now I think previously we have done reusable component, which was for column, and here that's what we did before, column layout. So here we do have styles 3 and styles 4. So here we do have styles 3 and styles 4, and at the same time we do have conditional check, as we see over here. Okay, so we're going to try to use it and see how it looks like. Okay, but so for this reason here we'll just definitely call it app column layout. Yeah, so we have this some conditions, so we're going to fill them one by one. Okay, so the first one over here is text, definitely, so that is 23042. all right, and the second one is this text over here, and that should be miles. Okay, and alignment here we definitely want to start from cross-axis alignment. So here we need to do cross-axis alignment, cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so yeah, now let's go ahead and check it how it looks over here. Yes, we do see that it's pretty white, but that's not what we want. So let's say is color, we can say just false. Yeah, okay, so this is the result we wanted, and this is the beauty about reusable widget, and that's why I love Flutter so much. And of course there are a lot of other things, but I think this is one of the shiny things. Or when you learn programming, you should be learning how to do reuse of your code. You don't want to write the same code again and again, because that's pretty boring. Anyway, now we're going to go ahead and copy this one, and then we'll put it right below it because we want to have another child. So now let's go ahead and see that child. So here there is airlines CO, airline CO. Now here we want to have received from. Okay, all right, let's see, I think we need to put a const modifier. Okay, great. And we also want a bit of distance between these two. Let's go ahead and check it. Yeah, well, now this distance actually we could just directly do main axis alignment over here. So we do main axis alignment dot space between, and we are good to go, which is looking great. Now definitely at the top we need a bit of distance, which we don't have yet. We are going to copy this one first, and then we're going to put it here, and we just want, say, 8. So it came down a little bit, but if you're going to see the earlier design, the original design, you might see that there is a line over here. Okay, so this is the line that we want to draw. Okay, now for this reason, actually right below it we could do a divider. Okay, divider, and here we do colors dot gray, I think, and shade 300. But in this case we don't want it 8 over here, we want it 4, and this should give us a look or feeling that it is more aligned. Okay, so at the top, at the bottom, we have different sections. Okay, I mean the same white space. So here's the line at the top, at the bottom we do have same white space. Now here, cross-axis alignment, we don't want start, we want to do it with end. Okay, now it looks more aligned. Okay, so far everything is looking great. Now we'd come over here and we want to draw this section over here. Now as you see that we do also have dotted lines over here, which is in this case this was not a dotted line, but here these are dotted lines. Okay, so that's one thing we need to know and we should take care. So let's go ahead and do it. So this was the row, and right after it we'll have a custom layout, sorry, a space over here. So let's go ahead and do that. And this time let's give it a distance, a bit more distance from the upper one, so we'd give it a 12. And now right after it we'll have this row section, and then actually we don't need a row now, you have a row later. So here we want to have AppLayoutBuilder widget, and all we need to do, we need to pass the sections to it and it will do the job for us. Okay, so now let's save it and see the result. Yes, we do see that we have this dotted lines over here, but these are white, so that's not what we want. So let's go ahead and check it. Now we do have condition. So over here, if it's null, then we do white. Okay, so we are not passing this color, so it becomes null, so we fall to this kind of condition. So just we need to do over here, send is color false. Okay, all right, and let's put a const modifier here, and you will see that it changes to dotted. Okay, I know they're very small, but it is still there. Okay, so right after this we're going to do this one. Okay, but I think we also need a space between this dotted lines. Okay, and then we do row over here, and then we do children. Now inside this children, definitely we'll have app layout, our column layout, which we had early. So I'm going to copy all of this for now and put it here. Okay, all we need to do, change the text. Okay, so first one is, I guess, 24, and the second one is already miles. Okay, great. And this one should be, say, MC Donald's. Okay, and yeah, so with this we are good. And then we also see that we have at the bottom like this. So now to be able to more efficient this time, I'm going to copy all of this from here to here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this because these are just reusable. So I'll put it right below it. Okay, all we need to do, we need to change this information over here. Okay, so 52340, miles stays the same, and here you could just simply do the best tag. It could be anything, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, now we'll come to our layout over here, and we'll see that okay, well, now this properties we need to change. And how do you do that? Now first one was for this one, so definitely we need to do mainAxisAlignment dot space between, and it should take care of the problem. Great. As well as over down there, so we are going to copy this line and put it here. Okay, all right, great. And just add a const modifier. So as you see, if you use a reusable widget, it makes it work much faster. Okay, all right, now this is the time to go ahead and compare with this layout. That okay, now we do see that they have more spacing over here, okay, which we don't have. So that's one of the problem. And I do see that over here also a little bit of space and more space over here. But if you compare our layout, so this space, especially this section, okay, so we need to push it inside as they did. Okay, they posted inside over here, so we do the same over here. Now to be able to do this section, we need to come to the container itself over here, so we can apply some paddings or margins. So here first we would go ahead and do padding, and we'd add insets. Okay, once again symmetrical, horizontal, AppLayout.dot get height. Now over here I think we should go ahead with width just to be more safe. So here we do 15, and we see that yes, it already posts inside a little bit. Okay, now actually I do want to put a little bit of box shadow over here. Okay, so that's why we do decoration and box decoration, and then we'll have border radius dot circular, and then app layout well, it doesn't matter which one you use. In this case it's pretty much the same. And then inside this we want to use background color, or color actually. So here we do styles.bj color. Okay, now let's save it. Not much change. Okay, and then we want to do a box shadow. Now here we will have color. So first we do colors.red, so that we know what's happening. It's good for debugging. Blur radius, say 10, and spread radius, say 10. Now let's save it. As you see, it's there. So there is a box over there. Now it's up to you how you want to show this. Okay, and I think this is pretty good if you want to show a box like this, because it gives your app more 3D feeling. Okay, now in this case I'm going to use this one. Okay, but definitely not this color. This color doesn't match, so we do this one. Okay, now it's looking a little blurry. Now that's because of this spread radius, so let's cut it down to a little bit, and it's still a little bit strange, but okay. So now we want to do this one. Okay, so now it looks like a little bit different than what we have. Okay, and for me I like it. So if you don't like it, you can just remove this. So here I'll have this one, and then I want to create a little bit of distance right after accumulated flight, and here we do 20. So this would help us to take care of the distance. Now with distance and everything we are done, and right after this we want to go ahead and do the last section of our part 1, which is how to get more miles. Okay, so this is what we want to do. Okay, now to be able to do that, we came out of our container, and right here we do a text widget. So let's go ahead, and here we'd write how to get more miles. Okay, and then we'd apply styles to it, and here we do styles the text styles, and then copy with color, copy with actually, and then we do color. So here inside we would use our primary color, and then we can also use a bit of font weight over here, and font weight we'd use 500. That's a pretty common one. And yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, great. Now we want to center it. How do you center that? Well, there are many different ways to do that. So we'll just go ahead and simply wrap it around center widget, and hopefully it'll do the center for us, and actually it did. And then after this, over here we want to apply a bit of spacing. So here we do this one, and maybe 25 is better. Okay, now we get a distance. And yeah, so this section is also great. What else? And in future, if you want to be able to click on this, so just to wrap it around another widget, which is called inkwell. Okay, and then once again on tap, so here text,
you are sorry, here we do print method, not this one. You are tapped. Okay, now let's tap on this and you'll see it says you are tapped. Okay, all right, great. Now with this we are done, pretty much done with this section. All these files, hopefully you have learned a lot of things, and if you did, please don't forget to share this tutorial, and don't forget to smash that like button. And I also work hard to make this tutorial, so I would hope you'd get me a coffee and buy me a coffee or $1 payment, which would keep me motivated doing more tutorials in the future. Thank you.